ఒక 10 మినిట్స్ ముందు ఒకసారి చెక్ చేసుకో. క్లియర్ చేసి చెక్ చేసుకున్నారు.
చూడాలా నేను వస్తుంది పైన
వస్తుందా? మ్యామ్ చూసి చెక్ చేసి వినిపిస్తుంది. మ్యామ్ చూసి చెక్ చేసి మ్యామ్ ఓకే వెళ్ళాలి. ఇక్కడ ఇక్కడ మీరేమైనా మాట్లాడుతున్నారు ఇక్కడ
ఏం మాట్లాడాలి?
మీరు జనరల్ డిస్కషన్ చేసుకోండి డిపార్ట్మెంట్ కోసం.
మ్యామ్
లింక్ కనెక్ట్ అయింది కదా. తను యాంటీ లాగిన్ అయినా వచ్చేస్తుంది కదా.
వచ్చేస్తాను.
సేమ్ లింక్ కదా.
సేమ్ లింక్
ఇచ్చిన లింక్
అదే లింక్ మ్యామ్.
I checked it. I checked your title.
Man, full screen.
It's coming on my name.
सबको दे देना टेक्निकल
लाइव थोड़ी देर बात करें क्या फिर?
ठीक है. मेरा तो अभी
3:45 में स्टार्ट होगा सेशन.
तो मुझे अभी 10 या 11 o'clock को आकर मिलेगा ना मैं
डाल दोगे? ओके.
हेलो हेलो నిన్నదే సేమ్ అదే
మీటింగ్ ఉందా మీ దగ్గర?
అది అవునా అందలేదు. ఎవరికి సెండ్ చేయాలా? ఆమెకు సెండ్ చేసిర్రా?
చేసి
ఫేస్బుక్ పోతే నాగేష్ యైఫాబా ఇంకా కార్లో అవుతాడు కారు ఇచ్చిండు కారు డ్రైవర్ కంప్యూటర్ ఇక్కడ
ఇప్పుడు అవసరమా?
అవసరమే
స్టాక్
సాయంత్రం
ఏది
అదొక్కటి పెట్టి అదే కదా
నాకు కావాల్సింది చేయించట్లేదు.
ఏంటన్నా
ఏమైంది? ఏమైంది? నీదే కదా వినుకో.
అదే ఏం చార్జర్ పెట్టింది కదా ఆల్రెడీ ఇగో వస్తుంది డిస్ప్లే
ఉమ్.
జాయినింగ్ వస్తుంది
కొట్టు జాయిన్ కొట్టు. దూరం పో.
చిన్న పర్సెంట్ వచ్చింది ఎక్స్ట్రా వచ్చింది 2%.
అర్థమైంది.
నేను
చూడు వీడియో ఉంది. దూరం దూరం పో, దూరం. ఒక బయటికి పో. బయటికి పోయి నీది ఏమంటారు పేస్ట్ చేయించుకుని
చేయించుకుని వస్తాను
నాకు చేయించుకున్నాం.
వాట్సాప్ యూట్యూబ్ ఇప్పుడు నమ్మకం కూడా ఇక లాస్ట్కి వచ్చి అంతేగా వాడిస్తారు కదా
ఏదైనా మాట్లాడండి, అన్మ్యూట్ చేసి మాట్లాడండి.
ఆమెకి ఎట్లా వినిపిస్తాయి
ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే, ఆ, ఆ, ఫోన్స్ ఉన్నాయి కదా.
వస్తుంది ఆన్సర్ స్పీకర్ వచ్చిందా
ఆహా, మాట్లాడండి ఏదన్నా. మీరు ఉత్త ఫోటో ఫేస్ కాదు చేయించాల్సి
ఈరోజు చేద్దాం ప్రైస్ అవుతలేదు కింద కింద ఉంది అన్నీ హలో హలో ఓకే
మేము మాట్లాడేది మీకు వినిపిస్తుందా?
హలో వినిపిస్తుందా?
మేము మాట్లాడేది వినిపిస్తుందా మీకు? నేను మాట్లాడేది వినిపిస్తుందా? కొంచెం దూరం పో. రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ డెస్క్ కడుపు.
రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ డెస్క్ ఓకే మాట్లాడండి.
మనకి వినిపించదు మళ్ళీ.
వినిపిస్తుంది స్పీకర్ లో
హలో
మేము మాట్లాడేది వినిపిస్తుంది
వినిపిస్తుంది.
మాట్లాడండి
నువ్వు మాట్లాడు.
మాట్లాడేది వినిపిస్తుందా? హలో గోపి
వినిపిస్తుంది వినిపిస్తుంది.
ఓకే ఓకే దాదా లోపల
కొంచెం గట్టిగా మాట్లాడు.
వస్తుంది.
కానీ అగో అక్కడే ఉండు, ఒక్క నిమిషం అక్కడే ఉండు.
ఓకే
హలో హలో
వినిపిస్తుందా?
వినపడుతుందా?
ఆ, వినిపిస్తుంది
క్లియర్ వస్తుందా? హలో
వినిపిస్తుంది.
ఓకే
ఏంటి?
హలో
హలో హలో
వినిపిస్తుందా?
వినిపిస్తుంది నాకు.
వినపడుతుందా?
ఇప్పుడు మీది కొంచెం ఎక్కువ
ఓకే ఓకే.
వస్తుంది.
ఎక్కువ వస్తుందా? ఎక్కువ
అవును.
వస్తుందా?
ఎస్ ఎస్.
ఓకే. ఇప్పుడు ఇప్పుడు
ఇప్పుడు కూడా అంతే వస్తుంది. ఇందాక ఫస్ట్ లో క్లియర్
ఓకే.
ఉండే.
ఇప్పుడు చూడు
కొంచెం వస్తుంది.
కొంచెం వస్తుంది కదా? అర్థం కాలేదు.
కొంచెం ఎక్కువ వస్తుంది.
చాలా సరే నేను వస్తున్నాను.
ఆ. హలో హలో ప్రజ్ఞ. హలో ప్రజ్ఞ, ఉన్నావా? ప్రజ్ఞ మాట్లాడతలేదు.
ప్రజ్ఞ ఒకసారి మాట్లాడు. హలో
నేను వెళ్ళి చెప్తా.
హలో హలో ప్రజ్ఞ. సౌండ్ ఎంతనా ఇది? హలో హలో ప్రజ్ఞ ఒకసారి మాట్లాడవా?
వెళ్ళి చెప్పాలి.
ఒకసారి సౌండ్ ఏం లేదు కదా. హలో ప్రజ్ఞ ఒకసారి మైక్ తీసుకొని మాట్లాడవా?
హలో
హలో
వినిపిస్తుందా అన్న?
వినపడుతుంది. ఒకసారి మైక్
మాకు
తీసుకొని
క్లియర్
మాట్లాడవా?
ఉంది నీ వాయిస్.
ఇక్కడ కూడా క్లియర్ గానే ఉంది.
స్పీకర్ ఇంట్రెడికేషన్ ఇస్ అన్స్టేబుల్ అంటే లైక్ ఇది ఇలా ఆడింది మైక్ అది తీసుకొని మాట్లాడాలి. ఎప్పుడు నేను మాట్లాడు.
నమస్తే. ఎవరో జాయిన్ అయినా కింద మ్యామ్. వస్తుంది వస్తుంది కదా. సౌండ్ కూడా వస్తుంది. మనం మాట్లాడేది మైక్ లో కూడా మాట్లాడాలి. సరే
అవును, అమ్మాయి ప్రియా అమ్మాయితో ఈ యాక్చువల్లీ ఫేస్
ఈరోజు ఇక్కడేనా? ఈరోజు రేపు మొత్తం ఇక్కడనే.
అయితే
హలో
హలో వస్తున్నాయి ఇక్కడ సారీ. ప్రజ్ఞ, అక్కడ స్క్రీన్ పైన మనం కనిపిస్తున్నాం అంటే ఇక్కడ వీళ్ళందరూ కనిపిస్తున్నారా? మైక్ లో మాట్లాడినా ఏం పర్లేదు. అవునా? సరే ఒక్కసారి చూడు. ఒక్కసారి ఇప్పుడు నేను బ్యాక్ కెమెరా పెట్టాను, వాళ్ళందరూ కనిపిస్తున్నారని అని చెక్ చేస్తా.
బేకరీ
లైట్ వాలంటీర్ అదే వినిపిస్తుంది వినిపిస్తుంది. అక్కడ స్క్రీన్ మీద
ఒకసారి మాట్లాడినాను, నా వాయిస్ వినపడుతుందా?
వినిపిస్తుంది.
వినిపిస్తుందా?
వినిపిస్తుంది. కానీ కొంచెం ఎక్కువ ఉంది కానీ ఓకే.
ఇంకా ఉండదా?
హలో మాట్లాడండి మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి.
ఓకే ఓకే, వినపడుతుంది కదా మొత్తం? ఒకసారి మొత్తం
వినిపిస్తుంది.
ఓకే. అంటే ఎప్పుడైనా వస్తుంది అది, అంటే దగ్గర ఉన్నప్పుడు. ఓకే ఓకే, కొంచెం క్రౌడ్ నుంచి చూపించు. బ్యాక్ కెమెరా ఉంది కదా, ఇలా చూపించకుండా
ఏం చూపించాలి?
ల్యాండ్స్కేప్ ల్యాండ్స్కేప్ లో పెట్టు.
అర్థం అవ్వట్లేదు.
ల్యాండ్స్కేప్ లో పెట్టు. ల్యాండ్స్కేప్ జస్ట్ ఫోర్స్
వాయిస్ క్లారిటీ లేదు.
అటు ఇటు పోతుంది.
రైట్, పర్ఫెక్ట్. ఇప్పుడు చాలా బాగా అనిపిస్తుంది. ఒకసారి మాట్లాడేది వినపడుతుందా లేదా ఒకసారి కన్ఫర్మ్ చేయండి.
వినిపిస్తుంది.
వినపడుతుందా? ఫైన్ ఫైన్, వచ్చేసి వచ్చేసి
నువ్వు దాదాపు జర చేయి కింద అన్నాలండి. నేను ఇక్కడ లేచి చోకి ప్రకారం అంతా అయిపోతుంది. జరుగు నాకు ఇక్కడనే కూర్చోను. ఇప్పుడు ఈడ కూర్చో ఇక్కడ. అర్థమైందా? ఇగో ఇది ఆడబెట్టి ఏడం కాదు, నీది నీ దగ్గర పెట్టుకో. నీదే కదా వాయిస్ అయితే క్లియర్గా ఉంది కదా, మ్యూట్ చేసేస్తుంది.
It's unprecedented reality. And technology shape classroom that redefines learning. It also invites us to think the role of language, literature, and pedagogy. This conference brings together scholars, educators, and researchers to engage in meaningful dialogue, exchange innovative ideas, and explore the future of English language teaching in an AI-driven world. I am Tavina. And I'm David. And together we have the honor of being your hosts for today's inaugural session. Every memorable gathering begins on a harmonious note. They invoke positivity and set the tone for the proceedings. We invite the students of MA English to present the welcome song. This presentation has been lovingly nurtured under the guidance of Professor K.W. Christopher, whose constant encouragement, mentorship, and dedication have made it possible to extend our friendship and for his invaluable guidance and
వరుణ్
Make it a better place. For you and for me, I'm gonna make it happen. Get up, keep a lying, and I'm for living. Stay for you and for small joy, yeah. And try to see, listening and loving. Okay, stop existing and I give it. So what do you I'm saying, make a better world. Make a better world. Make it a better place. You and for me, for the things I look at. You never, you ain't forgot you. Never love for you. It's for you and for me. Never, you forgot you. Not for you. It's for you and for me. What we live, simply for you. What we live, simply for you. Thank you for that beautiful and soul-stirring performance. Our heartfelt appreciation once again to Professor K.W. Christopher for this wonderful performance. Let's give them again a warm round of applause. We now request our esteemed retirees to please come to the dais. May I respectfully invite Professor J. Savitri, Head Department of English, Osmania University, and convener of the conference. Professor Parimala Kulkarni, co-convener of the conference. Dr. Madhavi, co-convener of the conference. Dr. Konda Nageshwar Rao, co-convener of the conference. Professor Salim Soda, Chairperson Board of Studies in English, Osmania University. Professor C. Kasi, Principal, University College of Arts and Social Sciences, Osmania University. And our chief guest, Professor G. Naresh Reddy, Registrar, Osmania University. We request all the dignitaries to kindly take their seats on the dais. I request Dr. Konda Nageshwar Rao I request Tamima to attach the badge to Professor C. Kasim. And Crowley to attach the badge to Professor G. Naresh Reddy.
Hey, no, now. Why is my taskbar showing there?
Screen में देखो.
That no message can replace the light of wisdom, learning, and human intellect. With this thought, we now move to one of the most cherished traditions, which is the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. May I request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly grace the occasion by lighting the ceremonial lamp. A warm welcome has the power to make every guest feel valued and every occasion truly memorable. To formally welcome everyone gathered here, I now invite Professor Parimala Kulkarni, co-convener of the conference, to deliver the welcome address.
मैं check करूँ. नहीं वो स्टूडियो
And my dear colleagues and students, good morning. On behalf of the Department of English at Osmania University and the entire organizing committee, and as co-convener, it is my privilege to welcome you all to our two-day international conference on reimagining English language in the age of artificial intelligence. We express our gratitude to Senior Professor Kumar Malgaram, Honorary Vice Chancellor of Osmania University, and Professor G. Naresh Reddy, Registrar Todu, for their unwavering support. We also extend our gratitude to Professor C. Passing, Principal, Arts College. A special word of admiration must go to the convener, Professor J. Savitri, whose tireless dedication has seen this conference materialize. It is a pleasure to welcome our speaker, Professor S. Ramachandran, Professor C. A. Lal, and invite your speaker, Dr. Amusha. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference brochure reflects the critical crossroads where language, literature, and technology meet. For decades, English language teaching has evolved through methods, paradigms, and human interactions. But today, the entry of artificial intelligence is not just a technological shift, it is a philosophical and pedagogical revolution. As we navigate large language models, AI-assisted assessment and digital humanities, we find ourselves asking, how do we leverage these tools without losing the soul of human connection, culture, and critical perspective? As AI reshapes pedagogy, we face a fascinating debate. As philosopher John Searle had argued, AI can mimic the structure of a language, but it cannot authentically replicate the meaning, the intent, or the cultural soul embedded within human communication. Critics like Chomsky remind us that generative models are merely statistical pattern matchers, lacking true comprehension, while Gary Marcus warns how these systems are fragile, quote unquote, frequentist calculators, prone to hallucination, and Jim Gabriel alerts us to the ethical biases, especially gender biases and other ethnicity biases, etc., embedded in these what she calls stochastic patterns. Yes, while philosophers and theorists critique these cognitive and cultural limitations, yet applied linguists focus on their functional utility. Institutional validation from the British Council underscores the balanced reality in the classroom. AI tools significantly lower a learner's affective filter or offering a judgment-free space to practice English outside traditional bonds. So for a student acquiring second language, a machine does not need human kindness to be a highly effective communication dialogue. This dialectic between critique and utility is precisely what this conference aims to explore. Over the next 2 days across our sub-teams, we invite you to disrupt conventional wisdom, share your breakthroughs, and interrogate these technologies to build inclusive, transformative pedagogies. Once again, welcome to Osmania University, where rich legacy meets future innovation. May these 2 days be filled with inspiring conversations and warm camaraderie. Thank you, and I wish you all an intellectually enriching experience. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you so much, ma'am, for such gracious words of welcome. Every conference is a reflection of the visible and commitment of the institution that hosts it. To share with the journey of the Department of English and reason behind this international conference, we invite Professor James Savitri, Head Department of English, Osmania University, and convener of the conference. Ma'am, we request you to address the gathering.
అది చెప్పాలన్నా ఎంతమంది దగ్గర ఎక్కువ మాట్లాడండి అని
మనం చెప్పాలి కానీ ఒక మైక్లో మాట్లాడితే మనం
చెప్తాను. ఎవరు కూర్చురు మా వాళ్ళు రాని ఉన్నాడా?
Respected Chief Guest, Professor G. Naresh Reddy, Principal, University College of Arts and Social Sciences, Professor T. Kasim, Chairperson, BOS, Department of English, Professor Savi Sauda, co-conveners of the conference, Professor Parivara Kulkarni, Dr. J. Madhavi, Dr. Konda Nagareshwar, my own colleagues of the department, Professor Vijaya, Professor Praveena, and my friend, Dr. Sridevi, Dr. Subhashi, Dr. Ashok, and Dr. Christopher. Sorry, I also, we also have Dr. Anusha Ramanathan here, who is our invited speaker of the conference, faculty members, dear research scholars, students, participants, invited guests, present media. Very good morning to all of you. It gives me a pleasure to welcome you all to this today international conference on reimagining English language teaching in the age of artificial intelligence. On behalf of the Department of English, Osmania University, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you. The Department of English, Osmania University is one of the oldest and most distinguished centers of English studies in the country. It's established in 1918, a year after the founding of Osmania University. The department has played a pioneering role in shaping English language and literary studies in India. For more than a century, the department has built a rich academic legacy through excellence in teaching, research, curriculum innovation, and knowledge dissemination. It has consistently remained at the forefront of introducing innovative academic programs and areas of study. It was among the earliest departments in India to introduce courses in American literature, general linguistics with spoken English, and Commonwealth literature, thereby expanding the scope of English studies beyond conventional literary boundaries. The department has already contributed significantly to research and scholarly engagement. The Usmania University English Forum, established in 1960, has long served as an intellectual platform for seminars, lectures, and scholarly dialogue. Likewise, the Usmania Journal of English Studies, launched in 1961, has made sustained contributions to literary and linguistic scholarship. The establishment of English Language Cell in 1973, later renamed as English Language Teaching Center in 1988, and the University Grants Commission marked a major milestone in strengthening language pedagogy and teacher education in this region. Our department's academic and research excellence has received national recognition, including support under the UGC Special Assistance Program SAP, enabling us to expand our research capabilities and academic outreach. The department takes immense pride in its illustrious alumni who have distinguished themselves as civil servants, writers, literary figures, scholars, administrators, and vice chancellors of reputed universities. Their accomplishments reflect the department's enduring legacy of academic excellence and leadership. What makes the Department of English at Usmania University special is not merely its age or institutional reputation, but its enduring commitment to academic relevance. While deeply rooted in literary and humanistic traditions, the department has continuously adapted to emerging intellectual and societal needs. Today, it serves as a vibrant center of English studies, linguistics, English language teaching, literary studies, and interdisciplinary research. So we are happy to say that this is the second conference in the span of 1 year that the department is organizing. It's the second international conference. In last year, November, our international conference with Association of University of Western Australia under the headship of Professor Vijaya and the viewers, Professor Paribala was there. In the November 2025 conference was conducted. I'm also happy to share that this is the first conference which is in the area of English language teaching, right from the inception of the department. We're happy to share that we are organizing this conference in the recent trends of which is AI, which is one of the dominant fields right now. The conference is an expression of the continuous commitment of the department. We are living in a time of profound transformation. Artificial intelligence is redefining what we learn, why we learn, teach, communicate, read, write, and even think. Naturally, English language teaching cannot remain untouched by these developments. The classroom today is no longer confined to blackboards and textbooks. AI-powered tools, adaptive learning platforms, automated feedback systems, digital narratives, multilingual interfaces, and intelligent tutoring systems are rapidly reshaping pedagogical practices. These developments present both exciting opportunities and serious challenges. On one hand, artificial intelligence offers possibilities for personalized learning, improved accessibility, enhanced assessment, and greater learner autonomy. On the other hand, it raises important questions about ethics, academic integrity, teacher agency, critical thinking, and the human dimension of education. In the Indian context, these questions become even more significant. With our multilingual classrooms, diverse socio-educational backgrounds, and the aspirations reflected in NEP 2020, we must carefully reimagine how technology can support inclusive and meaningful language education. This is this is precisely why this conference has been conceived. NAP 2020 talks about multidisciplinary approach, and this conference is true. In this true spirit, NAP 2020 is following the true spirit of NAP 2020 by integrating different departments, different areas, and also the sub-themes of the conference are also widespread, including different areas under literature, language, technology, and global employability. This conference seeks to bring together scholars, teachers, researchers, and practitioners from India and abroad to deliberate on the evolving intersection of language, literature, pedagogy, technology, and employability. It aims to create a space for critical reflection, collaborative dialogue, and innovative thinking. The theme of this conference is especially relevant because the future English language teaching cannot be shaped by technology alone. It must be guided by pedagogical wisdom, ethical responsibility, human sensitivity, and social inclusiveness. As educators, our task is not merely to adopt new tools, but to ensure that technology strengthens human learning rather than diminishes it. I'm delighted that this conference has attracted scholars and participants from diverse institutions and disciplinary backgrounds. I'm particularly happy that we are privileged to have internationally acclaimed scholars and eminent academicians with us, whose insights will greatly enrich our deliberations. As part of our conference, we have keynote address, which will be delivered by Professor Yanti Simply, who is professor at the University of Cambridge. Today's plenary speaker is Professor S. Ramachandran, who is former Vice Chancellor of Osmania University and a Professor of Computer Science. So that's the true spirit as such as NEP 2020, because he's from computer science and our conference also has AI as one of its themes. We invited and he readily accepted our invitation. Another plenary speaker is Professor C.A. Lloyd, whose session is tomorrow, and there's Dr. Anusha Ramanathan is here, who is invited speaker for tomorrow's feature session. I sincerely hope that the presentations for these 2 days will generate meaningful ideas and fresh directions for research and practice. Once again, I welcome you all to Osmania University and wish the conference great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring insights and for setting the perfect context for this conference. I now request the chief guest, Professor Naresh Reddy, to kindly release the spoilers.
రెండు మైక్స్ కుదిరిన చెప్పిరా నాకు చెప్పి చెప్పిరా
అన్న హలో పంపించిన
We now have the privilege of inviting Professor Sameer Sola, Chairperson Board of Studies in English, Osmania University, to address the gathering.
Good morning, all. Today's chief guest was G. Naresh Reddy, Registrar of Smart University. Mr. C. Kasi, Registrar of this Mass College. Telling that today's transfers, researches are and Department of English. And co-candidates, Mr. Kalyola, Dr. Madhavi, Dr. Kona Nageshwara, and other my colleagues in the department, former heads, and team faculty of arts, Mr. Linga Prasad India, and students, delegates, everyone, welcome to Small University and to the Department of English. So this international conference, as Mr. G. Sabin just now mentioned that this is the second occasion in a span of 1 year that the department is organizing conference. So organizing conferences, especially themes on ELT, for the first time we are happening to conduct English language teaching. So I congratulate everyone and I wish you all the best to have the deliberations on these 2 days and have a lots of thought process in these 2 days. And thank you very much for taking this much. Thank you.
అలా చెప్పాలి అలా సపరేట్గా వాడతారు
అబ్బా ఇప్పుడు టెక్స్ట్ చేసినాను టెక్స్ట్ చేసిన
For your valuable words. It is now
Yes,
up to us to invite Professor Singh, Principal, University College of Arts and Social Sciences, Reimagining University, to deliver the presidential address. So please.
Good morning, everyone. Today's chief guest
చేసిన
is Naresh Reddy, Registrar of University, and Dr. Salati, and Department of English. My dear colleagues, guests, dear students, good morning. So,
మైక్రోఫోన్ అండి
especially, I am thanking to Professor Gopal, retired professor in English department, and also when I was studying in degree in some college, he was the principal there. So now he saved me. Now I am the principal here. We are studying in Telugu medium only,
ఏమన్నా వస్తాయా
school to intermediate and degree also. 1995, we entered in Nizam College. So he was the principal. We did not dare to enter the principal chamber. We are waiting many times in front of the door.
జూమ్ లో జాయిన్ అయ్యి వినాలి
So he used to walk all days, social science block, the commerce block, and science block. So when we entered to walk on the ways, we are totally entered the classroom. So that is he was the ideal principal in my days. So that's why I am happy to see you here. So today's conference, you know very well, AI days. We are living AI days. AI create replica of humans, replica of poems, replica of short stories. Recently, my father and me, we joined and to come home. Just like he asked to AI, just write about one poem on Professor Kasi. So the AI gives within the 1 minute one poem. He is a revolutionary poet. So he worked to people and he is now working as a principal in our college. So total 122 sentence poem is given. So that's why we are living with AI days. And also AI challenging us. Is it replace human mind, human thinking? Did not. I can't agree. So this is the language seminar. Seminar on language. Language is different, literature is different. So literature is the part of language. So that's why we are facing many language problems today. Recently, Telangana Education Commission submitted one report to the Telangana government.
under the leadership of Agmori Murali, retired IAS officer. So he observed. And also he wrote one sentence in that report. What is that? After completing second class, third class, fourth class, fifth class, the fifth class boy and girl, they did not read second class textbook. English and English or Telugu, any language, they can't read that language. So this is, we are facing this problem. So language, it is not a creative activity. It is the scientific method. Literature is the creative activity. Language is scientific method. So that's why, so we need a good language teachers today. After completing this seminar, English department, what they will propose, how can teach in school level, how can teach in university level, how can teach college level. So I heard many teachers, they stand in the classrooms. Every day I walk in the corridors. One teacher is speaking in Telugu. In that classroom, 3 foreign students, they are sitting in the classroom. He is teaching in Telugu. The foreign students, they are seeing their cell phones only. We are offering English medium, arts college. As a Telugu teacher, I can teach Telugu. I should teach in Telugu only. I did not teach in English in my classroom. So I am requesting teachers, once we entered in the teaching field, we should learn. No one can coming from our mother. సో ప్రతి ఒక్కరము తల్లి గర్భంలోంచి వస్తాము, కానీ వచ్చిన తర్వాత మనం ఏం నేర్చుకుంటాం అనేది ముఖ్యం. టీచింగ్లోకి వచ్చే వరకు ఎవ్వరం కూడా అన్ని నైపుణ్యాలు తీసుకొని ఇక్కడికి రాలేం. మనం వచ్చిన తర్వాత నేర్చుకోనకపోతే నా దృష్టిలో దేశద్రోహం అంత నేరం అవుతుంది. ఇంత పెద్ద మాట అంటున్నానని ఏమనుకోకండి, దేశద్రోహం అంత నేరం అవుతుంది. ఒక కలెక్టర్ సరిగ్గా పనిచేయకపోతే దేశానికి వచ్చే నష్టం ఏమీ లేదు. ఎందుకంటే పైన మినిస్టర్ ఉంటాడు, గవర్నమెంట్ ఉంటుంది, చీఫ్ సెక్రటరీ ఉంటాడు. ఒక ఎంఆర్ఓ సరిగ్గా పనిచేయకపోతే పైన కలెక్టర్ ఉంటాడు. కానీ మన పాఠం మనమే క్లాస్ రూమ్లో చెప్పాలి. మన పాఠం మనం క్లాస్ రూమ్లో సరిగ్గా చెప్పకపోతే ఒక 40 to 80 స్టూడెంట్స్కి మనం నష్టం చేసిన వాళ్ళం అవుతాం. దయచేసి టీచర్స్ లాంగ్వేజ్ స్కిల్ లేకపోతే మనం టీచ్ చేయలేం. ఏ సబ్జెక్ట్ అయినా సరే, ఒక ఇంగ్లీష్ అనే కాదు, ప్రతి సబ్జెక్టు మనం సరిగ్గా టీచ్ చేయాలంటే మనకి లాంగ్వేజ్ స్కిల్ ఉండాలి. ఆ లాంగ్వేజ్ స్కిల్ నేర్చుకోవడానికి ఇవాళ ఈ సెమినార్ మీకు ఉపయోగపడుతుందని, ముఖ్యంగా రేపు భవిష్యత్తులో స్టూడెంట్స్, మెనీ ఆఫ్ అవర్ స్టూడెంట్స్ హియర్, they admitted in political science, they admitted in economics, philosophy, psychology, journalism. Many times they came to in my chamber. I asked them, which medium you have studied in degree and intermediate and 10th class? They told me, English medium. You write English letter in English medium. యూ స్పీక్ విత్ మీ. నేను కూడా ఇంగ్లీష్లో, నేనేమి ఇంగ్లీష్, నాకు ఎక్కడ ఇంగ్లీష్ మీడియం లేదు. నేను మాట్లాడే బ్రోకన్ ఇంగ్లీషో ఏ ఇంగ్లీషో మీకు తెలుసు, మీ ఇంగ్లీష్ బాగా వచ్చే వాళ్ళకి. కానీ మీరు ఇంగ్లీష్ మాట్లాడడానికి ట్రై చేయండి. తప్పులు మాట్లాడతాము అని అనుకుంటే మనం మాట్లాడలేము. ఇందులో మజారియా అనే ఒక ఇంగ్లీష్ స్పీకర్, ఒక ఆమె రెగ్యులర్గా యూట్యూబ్లలో ఆమె స్పీచెస్ పెడుతుంది. ఎంతమందికి తెలుసు ఇక్కడ ఉన్న వాళ్ళకి? పాకిస్తాన్ ఉమెన్. షీ టుక్ యాక్సిడెంట్ వెన్ ఇన్ 20 years old. షీ లాస్ట్ 2 legs. సో ఆఫ్టర్ దట్ షీ స్టార్టెడ్ లర్నింగ్ ఇంగ్లీష్. టుడే ఒక్క వీడియో ఇలా పెడితే యూట్యూబ్లో 24 hours దాటేసరికి 1 lakh, 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs చూస్తారు. అది ఇంగ్లీష్ స్పీచెస్. లాంగ్వేజ్ బోధించదు ఆమె, ఇంగ్లీష్ మాట్లాడడం ఎలాగో బోధిస్తుంది. కనుక దయచేసి ఇంగ్లీష్లో మాట్లాడడానికి తెలుగు ఎట్లయితే మనం మదర్ టంగ్ మాట్లాడడానికి లింగ్విస్టిక్స్ అక్కర్లేదో ఇంగ్లీష్ మాట్లాడడానికి కూడా లింగ్విస్టిక్స్ అక్కర్లేదు. మీరు మాట్లాడడం మొదలు పెట్టండి. ఆ మాట్లాడే క్రమంలో ఇంగ్లీష్ టీచర్స్గా మారడానికి లింగ్విస్టిక్స్ అవసరం వస్తుంది. కనుక ఈ సెమినార్ అలాంటి ఒక అవుట్కమ్తో ముగుస్తుందని కోరుకుంటూ నాకు ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చినందుకు, ముఖ్యంగా ఇంగ్లీష్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ రెగ్యులర్, నేను ఎప్పుడు చెప్తూ ఉంటా, రెగ్యులర్ క్లాస్ వర్క్ జరిగే డిపార్ట్మెంట్. 9 o'clock క్లాస్ స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. ఒక లెగసీని కంటిన్యూ చేస్తున్నారు గోపాలరావు సార్ గారు. మీకు నేను విన్నవించేది ఏమిటంటే, ఈ డిపార్ట్మెంటు 9 o'clock to 1:30 వరకు క్లాస్ వర్క్ రెగ్యులర్గా కండక్ట్ చేసే డిపార్ట్మెంట్. స్టూడెంట్స్ కూడా 40, 45, 50 ఇంటేక్ ఉంటే ఆల్మోస్ట్ 90% అటెండెన్స్ ఉంటుంది. మేము 75% అటెండెన్స్ లేకుండా ఎగ్జామ్స్కి అలౌ చేయట్లేదు స్టూడెంట్స్ను. ఎందుకంటే గోపాలరావు గారు మాకు నేర్పిన ఒక క్రమశిక్షణ ఉంది కనుక యాజ్ ఏ ప్రిన్సిపాల్గా ఆ ప్రిన్సిపల్ మీద ఆధారపడి కాలేజీని మేము రన్ చేస్తున్నాం. ఇంగ్లీష్ డిపార్ట్మెంటు మాకు చేదోడుగా అన్ని యాక్టివిటీస్లో ఉంటున్నందుకు సావిత్రి మేడం అండ్ వాళ్ళ కొలీగ్స్కి థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తూ థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and thought-provoking address. The presence of our chief guest adds immense value and distinction to this occasion. It's now my great honor to invite our chief guest, Professor G. Naresh Reddy, Registrar, Osmania University, to deliver the chief guest's address. Sir, the dais is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I am happy and grateful to the principal and head department of English for inviting me to this particular two-day international conference on reimagining English language, teaching in the age of artificial intelligence. I also thank all the professors, especially Professor J. Savitri, convener of this program, Head Department of English, Dean Faculty of Arts, Professor Lingappa, Chairperson Board of Studies in English, Professor Savin Saudagaru, co-conveners of this conference, Professor Parmila Kulakarni garu, Dr. J. Madhavi, Dr. Konda Nageshwar Rao, and President of this particular inaugural session, Professor C. Qasim, Principal of this college, and all the faculty who are working in the department, especially Professor Vijay Madam, Professor Christopher, Professor Ashok, and my former friends, Professor Sridevi and Professor Subhashni. We worked in University Arts Science College, Hanmakonda Subedari, and all other teachers from different colleges, especially the paper presenters and my dear students. We know very well technology is dominating not only languages, all the disciplines. It may be commerce, it may be management, it may be science, it may be engineering, wherever you go. Now, in technology, the important one or two words which we are hearing every day, that is artificial intelligence and machine learning. So these rapidly changing and developing technologies, we know that these technologies offer immediate and long-term opportunities, challenges, and threats to the educational system. And not only that, those who are having remaining service of 10 years, 15 years, now all the teachers, we have to update ourselves based on by integrating these tools into our curriculum and teaching with these innovative tools in the classroom. That's why the teaching learning process, which is changing over a period of time. Initially, we know that chalk and talk. Now things are changing and we have to update. When it comes to the artificial intelligence in education, the current research and guidelines are limited, and there is a pressing need for more comprehensive investigation into these matters, especially technologies. Now, as per my knowledge and understanding, this 2-day international conference should address not only that, to discuss and deliberate on at least two important questions. One is, how is AI being used for English language teaching and learning in education system locally as well as globally? So this is the first important question which you have to discuss and debate how we are going to implement. And the second one is, what are the opportunities, issues and challenges that artificial intelligence presents for English language teaching and learning? So these 2 days conference, at least we have to discuss and debate or deliberate on these two issues. Now, when you come to this learning part as well as upkeeping of our learning or the knowledge related to these technologies. For example, you can take now the upskilling boom is taking place today. The year-on-year growth is 70%. Now the number of enrollments in AI is increasing day by day. Now we know that in YouTube also, which you can see, the different apps are there for learning English. Even they are charging initially 1 rupee. So register yourself with 1 rupee and you can start learning. Like that, different offers are there and technologies which are changing. Now distance barrier is also removed because of the development which is taking place with the help of the IT and other technologies. And another point is capabilities versus certifications. Okay, we can go by different certifications in AI and other technologies, but what is important is that how much you are learning out of it. That is one point. And second is how we are implementing in our day-to-day teaching and learning. And the third important aspect is that the price of AI upskilling, price which I already informed that. Now these certifications also starting from 500 to thousands. Now, because of the ability to pay and you have to register and pay this subscription and start learning. And not only that, this is also becomes the order of the day, and it is our commitment to subscribe every month, like our OTT subscription, our internet subscription, and different other subscriptions. Like now we have to subscribe the AI tool. It may be a Google Gemini, or it may be DeepSeek, or other tools are there. So with this, what you will do is that you have to present in a better manner whatever the knowledge which we have. And not only that, you will get the relevant information which in very, very less time. Within a minute or two, you will get. But what is important, prompting is important. Now we have prompt engineers. There is a course on how to prompt. So bundle of information is there, but how to prompt is very, very important. That prompt also we have to learn. And the payment for the AI skills, which you have the more and more AI skills, you will get more and more amount of remuneration in the form of employment and other. Now, as a finance professor, I will conclude that your next multi-bagger may not be a stock, but an AI skill. Because when I am in AI skill, now I can know the history of that particular stock, and not only that, how this stock is going to behave in the future because of these technologies. I can predict. Now, predictive analytics are there. With these predictive analytics, we can project the trend of the market or trend of a particular stock or a particular industry or the sector. And finally, you never look at it as a cost, but as an investment in a skill that will create value for years. So that's why if you want to enhance your value, now you have to start learning the different AI models. And finally, I will also conclude AI is only our agent. It is not our boss. So we are only the boss. But we have to instruct the agent properly. Then you get the right information or the right material or right data, whatever you want. So with these few words and remarks, I congratulate the Department of English, especially head of the department and all other colleagues in the department. I thank one and all for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening and encouraging address. As we approach the conclusion of this inaugural session, it is time to express our sincere gratitude to everyone who has contributed to making this event possible. I now invite Dr. Konda Nageswar Rao, co-convener of the conference, to propose the vote of thanks. So please.
Good morning. It's my privilege to propose a formal vote of thanks to this inaugural gathering. On behalf of the department and also organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our Honorable Registrar, Professor Gaddam Naresh Reddy. Every time whenever sir comes to the department, he gives very insightful, thought-provoking quotation. This time, AI is an agent, not the boss. Thank you very much, sir. The entire conference message has been given by you in your inaugural address at the capacity of the chief guest to this gathering. And on behalf of the department, I convey my sincere gratitude to the respected principal, Professor C. Kasim, who has given a good number of examples how a good teacher must be in the classroom, and by quoting his own examples and taking the Department of English as an ideal one in the Arts College. Thank you very much, sir, for your encouraging and supporting words to the department. And it's my privilege to propose to extend my gratitude to the Dean, Faculty of Arts, always with us and supporting in many activities. Of course, sir will be the guest of honor for tomorrow's valedictory function. Thank you very much, Professor Lingappa, sir, for your gracious presence. And my sincere thanks to the senior teachers who retired from the department, Professor Gopal Rao sir, Professor Sunita ma'am, Professor Subhashini ma'am, and the colleagues from the department and the constant colleges and heads from different departments in the Arts College and outside the Arts College, and Dr. Anusha ma'am, all the way from Mumbai to Hyderabad for your presence, and old friends from various campus colleges, engineering colleges. And my sincere thanks to the co-conveners, Professor Parimila Kulkarni and Dr. J. Madhavi, for their continuous support to make this event a grand success. And my sincere thanks to non-teaching members of the college and also of the department for your kindly support and timely help and everything. And especially special thanks to without whom it cannot be materialized, Dr. Professor J. Savitri, the head of the department. Under her headship, this has been materialized. The day when the department has taken the decision to conduct this type of international conference, the first time in the Department of English, in the history of Department of English. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your support, encouragement, and your kind concern towards the students and the faculty members. And last but not the least, of course, the most important, our students, Department of English, MA Final and MA English, including research scholars of the department. Without them, this cannot be done. For every step of this work and behind the curtain, every student, previous student and final student, and you are witness today how they sang the song under the guidance of Professor Christopher. And special thanks to Professor Christopher and also Professor Savin Sauda, the Chairman, Board of Studies, and my senior in my student days. Thank you very much, Professor Savin, for your support and encouragement, and all the organizers and faculty members. And we never forget your help and your concern and also your presence here. I conclude by saying if I forget anyone, it is not intentional. On behalf of the department, we convey our sincere gratitude to each one of you for your smiling faces and patient listening. Thank you. We request you to join a cup of tea outside the hall. Anyway, the snacks will be served at your places. Our student warriors will serve the snacks in a disciplined way. And we request you have snacks and have tea or coffee outside the department. Thank you. Yes, as it is time scheduled, the keynote speaker will address from University of Cambridge, UK. The keynote speech will start sharp at 11:30. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With this, we'll have a group photograph. Tavina. Ma'am, sir. With this, we conclude the inaugural session of the 2 days international conference. We sincerely thank all our dignitaries, delegates, faculty members, scholars, and students for being with us this morning. Also, now I request all the delegates to kindly remain in this hall and please receive your refreshments. And after this, you can proceed outside to have your tea. And please, everyone come back by 11:25 for the keynote address. Thank you. 11:25. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Am I
Good-
audible?
Good morning. I can hear you now. I couldn't hear anything before. Good.
Good morning, distinguished guests, respected faculty members, research scholars, and my dear friends. I am Husna Tehreem from Department of English, MA first year. I hope you all had a refreshing tea break. I welcome you all to the keynote session. It is my honor to welcome Professor J. Savitri, who will be chairing this session. Professor Savitri is the head of the department and convener of the conference. Her area of specialization is English language teaching. She has authored several books and research papers in the field of ELT. She was director at Center for English Language Teaching and has also served as the Dean of the College Development Council, Usmania University. I now hand over the session to Professor Savitri. Ma'am, please.
Good morning, Professor Indranti. I know it's early morning for you. Thank you for joining. I'm Professor Savitri, Head Department of English. It's my privilege and honor to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Yanti M. Simply. Professor Simply is a chair of English and Applied Linguistics at the University of Cambridge and fellow of Fitzwilliam College, Cambridge. She is one of the most distinguished scholars in the field of linguistics and language education. In recognition to her outstanding academic contributions, she was elected Fellow British Academy in 2021 and member of Academia Europea in 2025. Professor Simply has made seminal contributions to research and teaching in diverse yet interconnected areas, including bilingualism and multilingualism, first and second language acquisition, language attrition, language impairment, and theoretical syntax. Her scholarship has significantly advanced our understanding of how languages are acquired, processed, and sustained across different linguistics and social contexts. Over the course of her illustrious academic career, she has taught at several prestigious institutions across Europe, including University College of London, the University of Newcastle, Aristotle University of Thessaloniki in Greece, the University of Reading in the United Kingdom, and Casa Foscari University of Venice in Italy, in addition to her current position at Cambridge. A substantial part of Professor Simply's research has been supported by highly competitive international funding agencies, including the European, the Economic and Social Research Council, the British Academy, and the British Council, reflecting the global relevance and impact of her work. Of particular significance to us in India is a sustained engagement with language education in our country. For more than a decade, Professor Simply has been working on primary education in India with a special focus on the intersections of multilingualism, cognition, school skills, and language education. Her works offer valuable insights into how multilingual contexts shape learning and educational outcomes, making her scholarship especially relevant to conference theme and its famously known project. Wrong. Professor Simply also serves on the editorial boards of several leading international journals, including second language research, linguistic approaches to bilingualism and language acquisition, a journal of developmental linguistics, actively to the advancement of scholarship in the field. Today, we're truly fortunate to have with us a scholar whose work, just theory and practice, research and policy, and global scholarship in local educational realities. On behalf of the Department of English, Usmania University, it's my proud privilege to extend a very warm welcome to Professor Yanti Simply. We are deeply honored by your presence and to address Professor a very big applause to Professor Simply.
Thank
Professor
you very
Simply, it's all yours now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for this very generous introduction. And I'm very pleased to be with you, even though not physically there, not in person. I hope the opportunity will arise on another occasion. I'm going to share my screen now. So I think you need to give me access to share my screen because at the moment I cannot. Can you give me access to share my screen so that you can see my slides?
Access to your screen. Site.
Yes, because I need to share my presentation.
Please give us a second, Professor. Yeah, yeah.
I think it's okay now.
Yeah.
Should be okay.
Yeah, it's visible now.
Okay, so and it's full screen, isn't it? Yeah, it's full screen. Great. Okay, thank you very much. So I will begin my presentation. First of all, thanking you again for inviting me to your conference. And I'm going to talk about some of the work that we've been doing recently in India. I mean, um, as Professor has just introduced me, she mentioned that I've been working in India for the last 11 years now with primary schools in particular, and you're going to get a glimpse of that very soon in my presentation. So the aims of my presentation are to consider the status of English in primary school contexts in urban sites in India and identify some challenges there, as well as present the opportunities that can arise of using English alongside Indian languages through a new project that was completed only on the 30th of June of 2026, so 2 days ago. And that project is the Multi-Ed project in short, so it's multilingual education in India, focusing on teaching, learning, and assessment. As you know better than I do, your country is one of the most linguistically diverse countries in the world. So it's got a very high linguistic diversity index according to UNESCO. I don't know if you are familiar with that measure, but that linguistic diversity index is supposed to tell you the probability of picking two random people in the population and having them asking them about the languages they speak and whether they will be shared or not. So this index goes between 0 and 1. 0 is when everyone speaks the same language, and 1 is when two random people in the population speak different languages. So the index that India has is 0.9, which is very close to 1, which means that the probability of 2 people speaking different languages is extremely high. There are 22 official scheduled languages that are recognized by the Constitution, and according to the Ethnologue, 462 different languages spoken in the country. This number is, I think, not stable. And I mean, if you look at the census, the 2011 census, you will see that it talks about a number of mother tongues and then a number of languages. And so the point is that there are many languages spoken, different languages spoken in the country. Now, the implication for education of this linguistic diversity is that, particularly in urban sites, primary level classrooms are highly multilingual. And this is largely for urban sites because of the high levels of internal migration from rural to urban areas. Now, what about English? Well, as you all know very well, and you're in an English department, English is a language of power and a gateway to improving one's socioeconomic position. There is a lot of public pressure, parental pressure to introduce English as early as grade 3 in primary school, or even just from grade 1, or introduce it as a medium of instruction, so in EMI schools. And as you know, in Telangana, EMI is the choice of the state government. However, and we have done a lot of work in Hyderabad over the years. So the levels of English, however, may remain low because sometimes the teachers' own levels of English are limited. And there are the resources that are necessary for supporting English are not in place. And crucially, if we are looking at children that come from underprivileged backgrounds, home literacy support is not always available. So the result of this combination of factors is that English medium instruction is mostly in name, whereas, so you have an EMI school, but the actual teaching takes place in the regional language or the local language, or in a regular language mixing mode. And this is something very important, which we have actually quantified and qualified in our research. So this reference that I mentioned, Lightfoot et al. 2021, is a reference from my own previous project, the Multilila project, where we actually went into the classrooms, we did classroom observations, and we found the level of switching between languages in EMI and regional language schools. So we tested Telugu medium, but also English medium schools in Hyderabad and also in Delhi and Patna. So why are we making a fuss about language? You know, why is language so important? Because you need language. Language is at the heart of learning, whatever subject you're trying to learn. So school subjects are presented through language across the curriculum. So we're talking about maths, science, environmental science, and language classes. You always need language to present that. Language used at school is both oral and written. So when we are looking at English education, we really need to look at the amount of English, you know, and the quality of English that is presented to the children, both in oral form, that is from the teacher, and in written form, in the form of textbook assessments and homework. Now, the choice of language of education in many parts of the world, including India, where multilingualism is the societal norm, is very difficult for parents, teachers, and education authorities. And so there are questions, as you know very well, of national and individual identity, of socioeconomic prospects for the youth, and of course, political historical debates as well that need to be taken into account. We have done research before I I mean, before I moved to Cambridge and I started my work in India, that was between 2012 and 2015. I had another major European project on bilingual education and bilingualism in Europe. And we have published several papers on this. And what is, I think, important for you to consider is that what we found is that children who have literacy in more than one language, so both their first language, but also the majority language, the regional language, they show better cognitive skills. So this is not just a generalization. In that article that I mentioned here, we have actually quantified this because we looked at children who were in schools where the heritage language, the home language, was not supported at all, and these children had to go to afternoon classes to learn how to read and write in their home language, but also children that were in a very balanced bilingual school where both languages were used with different subjects each. And what we found is that the more balanced the language support from the school, the better the cognitive results. So if the school was able to support both, let's say if the regional language or the societal language was French, and the children were from Africa, right? I mean, the school was bilingual in the two, supporting both languages. These children showed stronger first language skills and better scores in complex working memory tasks. Now, why is working memory important? Because working memory is one of the cognitive skills that helps learning. You know, if you have good working memory, you're going to be able to absorb a lot of the information that you hear better. So, but one of the strongest take-home messages, which are of course applicable, you know, to children in India, is that children are able to develop school language skills in more than one language. Okay, so they can be biliterate or multiliterate learners. You know very well that your children, the students in the classrooms in Hyderabad, in Telangana more generally, and in India, are able to speak multiple languages. Okay. But what I'm saying now is that it's not just that their brain can support knowing multiple languages, it can also support knowing how to read and write and express themselves in multiple languages. Okay. Now, what is the situation in India? What we have found is that in India, multilingualism is everywhere, right? So, I mean, the average adult Indian speaks 3 or 4 languages, if not more. But when we look at multiliteracy, it's not very widely attested. So, individuals know how to read and write in one language, the language of education, but actually they don't have multiple literacies. So it is perfectly understandable that English language teaching, learning, and assessment are goals that governments, policymakers, parents, teachers, and students aspire to. And that's true not just for India, but around the world. I mean, English, whether we like it or not, English is a lingua franca. It's a language that children around the world will be exposed to because their parents think that this is good for them. But the problem is that we have to consider whether English sets aside or puts aside or underutilizes the home and the regional languages. And so what we have found is that the linguistic knowledge of students in primary school children in India seems to focus on English a lot, whereas the home language or the regional language underutilized, it's suppressed, and it's most often stigmatized if you go to an EMI school. So it was on several occasions that I visited schools in Hyderabad, but also in Delhi and what we have seen is that the teachers, if they were in an English medium school, they would say very strongly that they never use other languages when they teach in the school. But actually, when we were in for classroom observations, we found that there was a lot of mixing from the regional language, which is not only understandable, but actually very helpful. Now, what I'm trying to say to you here is I don't want to pass any judgment on whether language mixing is good or bad. In fact, I think it's quite good. And in my research, I am trying to experimentally show that language mixing is good for language learning. But the point I would like to make is that biliteracy and multiliteracy is hugely important for our children. So they need to be able to express themselves at a higher level of competence in several languages. So what we find among many students is that they can have higher academic competence in just the medium of instruction, the language that is used at school. But when we ask them to express similar concepts in their home languages or in the regional languages, they are actually using very poor vocabulary and very sort of everyday vocabulary, and they cannot use that language for a higher level of expressing academic literacy. Now, there is no reason why this should be, because our brain is perfectly capable of actually having biliterate and multiliterate skills in many languages. And I just put a small note there that the three-language formula that India has been using for many years does not seem to do the job of creating, skills that are multiliterate. So although you have three languages, right, that you're supposed to know to work with at school, the level of support for the second and the third language is much lower than for the first, and therefore there isn't much multiliteracy that is developed by the end of school years. So to address all that, we run the most recent project. I've run around 8 projects in India in the last 12 years, and this is the most recent one that was funded by the British Council, and it was a project that's called the Multi-Ed Project. And as I said, it finished just a couple of days ago. And the focus was on multilingual education, teaching, learning, and assessment. And it was a collaboration. I was the principal investigator of that project, but it was a very close collaboration with JNU, with EFLU in Hyderabad, and Assam at the University of Guwahati, as well as the University of Frankfurt in Germany. And so these are my colleagues. Some of you may probably recognize my good colleague Lina Mukhopadhyay from EFLU. I've been working with Lina for throughout all the projects, right? So she's been involved in all the projects, and this is why we have a lot of data from Hyderabad primary school children. So the background to this project that was funded by the British Council was first the fact that we know from work around the world that there are certain advantages of multilingualism. So the advantages of multilingualism have been shown in studies, for instance, that show that even 8 weeks of second language learning can actually promote phonological awareness in the first language. So when you are in a foreign language classroom, let's say in the UK, because that study was in the UK, after 8 weeks of learning another language other than English, because English was their home language, these children had better phonological awareness in their first language. Okay, so this was an amazing result because it was a very quick positive outcome. There are some studies that show that 1 school hour of language instruction a week in primary school children's Somali mother tongue was linked to higher results in reading and writing in Swedish day school. So that study was done in Sweden, and they looked at children with Somali as their first language. And they found that supporting the mother tongue actually improved their performance in the societal language, which was Swedish. In our own project, we found that biliteracy, that is, children who could read and write both in the target language, in the societal language, but also in the heritage language, had better updating skills, so better memory skills and better cognitive control. And this actually goes hand in hand with advantages in writing. So as you know, writing is the most difficult skill that children are expected to develop. But writing in 2 languages requires sustained attention and working memory. And the children that are biliterate do that very well, much better than the ones that may be bilingual but are not biliterate. So they don't know how to read and write in both the languages they speak. And there is a study that shows cognitive effects, positive effects on socio-emotional skills. So high proficiency bilinguals, proficiency in both languages, show reduced susceptibility, better critical thinking, which means that they're better citizens of this world. Now, the second background to the multi-ed project was our very own Multilila project, which I mentioned before. That project was my first project, and it was run between 2016 and 2020. We tested 2,500 learners in Patna, in Delhi, and in Hyderabad government primary schools, and we tested the children in English literacy and Telugu literacy in Hyderabad, and Hindi literacy in Delhi and Patna. We tested them on oral language skills, how well they could speak and express themselves orally, their numeracy, their problem-solving skills, as well as their intelligence, their IQ scores, and their cognitive abilities. And in that project, we also assess teacher qualifications, their languages, their attitudes and practices, and we also had classroom observations to identify what language was used in the classrooms, regardless of whether the school language was officially English or Telugu or Hindi. And the third background to our multi-ed project is, as you well know, the National Education Policy of India, the 2020 document, which actually says multilingualism is what we should be aiming for, and mother tongue education should be prioritized in the early years. English is supposed to be a subject that is taught in a high quality manner to promote equity and access. The problem is that the National Education Policy acknowledges that there are constraints affecting the implementation of what they propose, because obviously there aren't teaching and learning materials in regional languages, at least not to the same extent. There is uneven provision for linguistic minorities, and also the challenges that teachers face in adopting bilingual or multilingual pedagogies are huge, particularly if you think that, for example, the teacher may not know the students' languages, right? I mean, so they might not share the same language repertoire. And it's also the case that despite the national education policy prioritizing, mother tongue education in the early years, several state governments have expanded English medium instruction in government schools. That is also the case in Telangana. So actually, between multi-lila and now for 2 or 3 of my projects in Hyderabad, we had to go to English medium because most of the schools were English medium because Telangana decided to change schools into English medium. The implementation, however, was very challenging because of the varying levels of pedagogical material and professional support. So this national education policy has actually created some sort of a gap between the intent of the government and the classroom realities, particularly in linguistically diverse and resource-constrained settings. So as a result to these backgrounds, we proposed the multi-ed project. As I said, this was funded by the British Council. And it's actually, we held a dissemination event very recently in May in Delhi. We invited government delegations from different states, but also from different countries. And the background from our own experience and our own data is that Indian school children are shown to have a certain set of strengths, and I think we need to acknowledge them. The first is that they're very good with oral language. So they have exceptionally strong oral language skills, regardless of their socioeconomic background. And they also have a nurtured propensity, because they live in an environment which is highly multilingual, to learn and speak multiple languages because they grow up in India. So I think this is something that you don't find in countries where I am, like the UK. So children do not have this nurtured propensity because the environment supports one language. The second strength is that these children are known to improve in their learning outcomes when 2 factors are in place. So the first is that pedagogical practices promote student engagement. So when we give agency to the children to participate in learning, they can actually improve in their learning. And secondly, when the English texts that we give them in English medium schools are made accessible, comprehensible, and learnable through the structure used of other languages that the child is familiar with. So we are supporting, and we have been supporting, the use of Indian languages in the English language classroom, but also in English medium schools where different subjects are taught in English. All subjects are taught in English. And the support of the home languages and the regional language is there not just as a service language. It's not a service language to English. It's a language that is developing with high level understanding during discussion of a text that is in English. And the third strength that we have identified in children is code switching practices. So you yourselves code switch very often. I mean, it is one of the characteristics of adult Indian speakers to switch between languages they know. And this is something that students in primary schools pick up as well, and they do as well, because that's the natural way of communication. And we have found that code switching actually improves learning outcomes in children. But there is a weakness in the children, and it's not a weakness that you usually find in other projects which have looked at primary schools. The usual weakness you find is that children in government schools are children that have they come from poor socioeconomic background and so on. They have no literacy support and etc. But the weakness that we found is that they're very poor in reading comprehension skills, so in understanding what they're reading. All right. So we found that their comprehension in Hindi takes around 65%, but in Telugu was much lower, actually. And it's also lower in Assamese, which is the study that we did with British Council in the multi-ed project. but in English was the lowest. So reading comprehension in English was around 20%, which is very poor, okay? Because you can't learn from the textbook if you have such poor reading comprehension level. We have also published work that shows that textbook language is language that is well beyond the student's ability and competency and proficiency in English. So the content becomes impenetrable for the children. So there needs to be good care of our textbooks so that children can understand what is said there. But I have to say that this is not what I'm saying about reading comprehension is not just about Indian children. It's true in the UK as well. It's true in the US. Reading comprehension is a big problem and a big puzzle also for monolingual children. That is, children that go to school, they have one language at home, and they go to be educated in that language, okay? And still we find a percentage of children, around 20%, in classrooms who do not perform at age appropriate level in reading comprehension, and we are still trying to find out why. Okay, and these children do not have any developmental disorder, right? So there is nothing pathologically wrong with their development. So as I just mentioned, the reading comprehension is a challenge. So in our tests, we identified that children are quite good at decoding, that is reading aloud. They can read aloud in English, but also in other languages, and they can recognize words in these languages. But when it comes to words in a text, their text comprehension is quite poor. So in the multi-ed project, there were 4 things that we wanted to achieve, and I'm happy to say that we achieved them. The first was translanguaging, the multi-ped translanguaging intervention program, which is a program that we developed for teachers in schools. We train teachers in multilingual pedagogy. We supported them in their classrooms for 6 to 7 months during the intervention. We developed with them lesson plans, which were multilingual lesson plans, and we have now developed a handbook for multilingual pedagogy. We have also developed an online teacher training course, which is for pre-service teachers and in-service teachers. It's called Multilingual Pedagogy for Teachers in India. It is a course that is currently being piloted with 250 teachers across India. And from September onwards, it will be freely available. And in fact, we are in discussions with the National Council for Education, Research and Training to get that course on Diksha, so the digital platform that they have, and therefore it will be freely available to all teachers. We developed a teacher talk corpus, which is consists of audio recordings of lesson delivery in EMI schools, because we wanted to document the amount of English and other languages, so the multiple language scheme that is used by teachers when they are delivering lessons. And this corpus is going to be open access as well. And of course, we tested children in the classrooms of these teachers that we trained on reading comprehension following this multi-ped intervention. Can I just ask very briefly, how much time do I have? Because I haven't been told how much time I have.
Professor, simply, session is until 1 p.m., including question and answers.
1 p.m., which is okay, right. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Okay, I won't take longer than that. Okay, so let me start with a presentation of the multi-ped translanguaging intervention
Sorry to
program.
interrupt you, Professor. Simply, it is IST. That means we have half an hour more.
Half
30
an hour
minutes.
more.
Yeah, 30 minutes more, including question and answers.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
So, the intervention program included teacher training workshops, okay, where we presented teachers with the rationale why multilingualism is good for reading comprehension improvement. We also talked about the necessity of preparing lesson plans, multilingual lesson plans in advance. These were all EMI schools, okay? How to structure a multilingual lesson plan and how to raise multilingual awareness in students and in teachers. We gave support in the classroom and we encouraged teachers to form groups of students, to encourage them to speak in different languages orally. And these were peer group activities. And as I said before, orality is a gift of multilingual learners. It's a gift of Indian children, and it should be actively supported in class. And then we had teacher reflections of the multi-ped pedagogy of the intervention. We had 12 teachers in Assam that we worked closely with and 25 in Delhi schools. These were in government schools and DTA, the Delhi Tamil Education Authority schools. And we've been closely working with them because, as you know, these schools support Hindi. I mean, they're English medium, but they support Hindi and Tamil. So in the intervention program, we had the teacher training. We did the intervention study, and I'm just giving you an example. We presented the text in English from the textbook that the children were using. The teacher read aloud in English, but then reformulated the English sentence into not every sentence, but the ones that were supposed to be more difficult by, the teacher in Telugu, in Assamese, or in Hindi. And we encouraged peer group discussion, and then we had comprehension assessments. So just to give you a very brief example, I'm not going to go into the details, but just to give you a very brief example. When you stand in front of your class and you read aloud from the textbook, right? It's very important to chunk the text in meaningful units. So to give you an example, plastic plates, if you see the two dashes, this means that this where you have to have a pause. Plastic plates and tumblers are being used during picnics and functions. So this is the way in which we ask teachers to read aloud because they wanted to read aloud and the children were supposed to repeat after them. But some teachers, before we did the intervention, were splitting the sentence in the wrong way. So they would say things, plastic plates and tumblers are being used during picnics and functions. So it is very important from the beginning of the lesson to know that the children are only going to hear English from you. They're only going to hear English from the teacher, not from the home environment. And so that English needs to be showing them what meaningful units are in the language. So we created lesson plans that built on chunking as well. That was one part of these lesson plans. We created lesson plans that were built on orality and code switching. And we organized these peer group multilingual activities in class. One thing that was a take-home message for the teachers in the workshop was that they need to identify in advance parts of the English text which they consider challenging for students. And they should, for this text, make explicit reference to the regional and home languages. So, as I said, in multi-ed, the languages were used that were used were Assamese, Tamil, and Hindi alongside English. So this is a template for the multilingual lesson plan for reading. I'm not going to go through this, but it's going to be in our report, which is published in the next week. It will be published by the British Council, and so you can access this information on how to design a multilingual lesson plan for improving reading comprehension. So the teacher, this is just an example, the teacher would use in an expository text like an environmental science, they might identify that decompose is a difficult word for the children. Soil pollution might be a difficult chunk for the children. And so for these, we needed to give some additional languages. This is an example from an English language text. So that's a narrative. We provided translations in children's home languages, but only for concepts or phrases that we thought were difficult for the children. And as you can see in the text, we split the text into chunks so that the teacher would present the chunks orally and ask the children to repeat them after her. As I said, we used orality and code switching for better comprehension. We asked the teachers to elaborate on the English text in the home language. So you can see that on the board, there is the text. There was a boy in the village. Every day he used to go to the forest. And the teacher invites the student to summarize the text in the language they want, which is the regional language, and answer simple comprehension questions orally. It is very important to train children to answer comprehension questions and to give them a chance to respond in the language of the school or in the language that they feel comfortable with. So we had questions both in home languages and English for better comprehension and learning. And we tested that with the schools in the different sites that I mentioned. It's very important to design comprehension questions, the best comprehension questions. So there are comprehension questions which are about facts that are given in the text, and there are inferential questions, the questions that are why, okay? Why did this happen? Why do you think the character felt that way? These inferential questions are the ones that encourage the child to engage with thinking and try to find an answer that is not necessarily in the text itself. So questioning and inferencing are two strategies that we used to improve listening comprehension, but also reading comprehension. And this questioning and inferencing was done with the whole class, but also with small group settings. So we split the children in the classroom into small peer groups, and we asked them to discuss comprehension questions themselves. These are some of the teacher reflections. I'm not going to go through them because I don't have much time, but there are teacher reflections during post-lesson interviews. You're going to be able to see them in the report that will be published online. So generally, teachers were very interested, and they felt that using a multilingual lesson plan actually improved clarity, consistency and intentional support, and actually engaged more students in the class than if English was the only language that was targeted. Now, I'm not going to talk about the teacher talk corpus, but I can tell you and invite you to look at it. We have audio recordings from teachers in DTEA schools from standards 4 and 5. The teachers gave their consent to be recorded while teaching. And the question is, of course, why do we need the teacher talk corpus? Well, the first reason is there is no record of teacher talk in lesson delivery from India. I mean, you all know what you do in classrooms, but actually there is no record of that. It's also the case that we know there is widespread knowledge that EMI delivery is not just in English, but it involves other languages. And we know that this is a good thing because now we know from our own experimental work that code switching is understood to facilitate both language and content learning. And I think this actually gives you a better understanding of school skill development. So this is what our corpus looks like. It's quite complicated, But you can actually see the utterance of the teacher. So T stands for teacher, and then we have an English translation, and then you can see how much of switching happens between English and Hindi or Tamil from the DTA school teachers. By the way, DTA, as I said, are English medium schools. And what you can actually see here, which I think is interesting, is that when the teacher was talking in English, the vast majority of her sentences, her utterances were in English only, not in English mixed with another language. But when the teacher spoke in Hindi, half of the sentences were Hindi only, and half of them were Hindi English switched. And the same is true for Tamil, although the percentage is smaller. The final thing I wanted to say is about multilingual assessment. So when you teach and you plan your lesson using multiple languages, it is unfair to test the children on one language only. You should think about using the other languages too in your assessment. And that is not something that we propose to do throughout the school years. We are talking about the primary schools only. In secondary schools, we expect the children to have developed sufficient language ability in English to be assessed in English. Let me give you an example of multilingual assessment with EVS text, so environmental science text. So we had this text from the textbook. That text actually is from Telangana textbook, and it's in English, as you can see. And we had one group of students that were tested with English multiple choice questions, MCQs, and another which was tested with, well, we had Assamese here, but we also tested them in Hindi. And what we found is that there was really no help, actually, from the Assamese MCQs in the children's responses. And that was a bit disappointing for us because we expected that, using the Assamese, which is the regional language, would actually help the children. But there are several problems, and the reasons are MCQs are harder to process for children than open-ended questions, particularly when these MCQs cannot be linked back to the text because they are in a different language. The internal consistency of the MCQ questions that were designed by our SME speakers was not as high as it should be. But there is one other very important factor which I need to point out to you, which is that the children that we tested were in the Guwahati area, all right, in Assam. And these children speak a variety of Assamese, which is not the variety that is used in textbooks. All right. So there is a diglossia situation, and in combination with English medium instruction schools might be contributing factors. But I wanted to show to you that the multilingual pedagogy that we implemented actually led to the improvement of the intervention group, which is the multi-ped group, in reading comprehension with expository texts. So we tested EVS, okay? And with environmental science textbooks and expository text more generally, the multilingual intervention went very well because the children could understand the concepts that were presented to them. We didn't find a similar advantage in the narrative text, and that's because narratives were already easy for the children, so they were not challenging for them. So before I finish, I just want to give two small observations. In the multi-ed project, we used bilingual assessment, which relies on using English as well as the regional language, so either Assamese or Hindi. But the teaching, learning, and assessment framework that we propose could be adapted to other languages used in the classroom as well. And I should say that minority languages, including tribal languages, can be incorporated as a form of oral support. And I'm currently working with the LLF, the Language Learning Foundation, and Dr. Dear Jingran to look at how this multilingual framework could actually help with supporting tribal language schools alongside the regional language and later on English. This is just a screenshot of the online teacher training course that I said is will be available from September. It's currently available to pilot. And it has 4 modules: the basics of multilingual pedagogy, understanding language differences for multilingual teaching, teaching reading comprehension through a multilingual pedagogy, and planning the multilingual lesson. And each of these modules is taught by each one of us collaborators. So I do the basics of multilingual pedagogy. Professor Ayesha Kidvai is doing the understanding language differences. Professor Torregrossa is doing the reading comprehension, and Lina Mukhopadhyay, Professor Mukhopadhyay, is doing the planning the multilingual lesson. So to finish this presentation, I just want to conclude that when you use multilingual resources, what we have seen is that you empower both teachers and learners in developing and supporting comprehension strategies through questioning and critical thinking and inferencing in more than one language. You synchronize oral and written skill development, and that's also part of the national education policy, that orality needs to be supported. And one thing that I didn't mention, but we have a lot of evidence for, is that the children that participated in our multiped classes actually enjoyed school. In Hyderabad, when we first started developing that intervention, we had teachers report back to us that the attendance rate increased as a result of languages, not just English, but other languages being used in the classroom. So children do start to enjoy school more if you use multiple languages in class. So thank you very much for your attention. And this is a snapshot from a party. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Simply. The title of our talk is English Alongside Other Languages in India, the Educational Challenge. And she's done an extensive research about learning English in India. And based on her talk and the project that she has done all these years in India, she supported multilingualism. So India is a multilingual country, and we all know the problems and as well as the challenges as well as the advantages of multilingualism. The Professor Simply, before going ahead with question and answers from our participants, so I would like to know about the 3 language formula that you mentioned, because now the central government has made it compulsory to implement this 3 language formula across India. Of course, there is a debate about implementing 3 language formula in India. So what's your take on this right now? Because that is there is a heated discussion about that.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. So the 3 language formula is not actually specific to India, you know. I mean, in Europe, for example, when the child goes to school, they start with one language, which is the school language, and then at grade 3 of primary, they're introduced to another language, usually English. And then in the first year of secondary school, they're introduced yet to another language. So that's 3 languages, right? So it is not specific to India. But what I want to point out is that the 3 language formula is not multilingual education. multilingual education is the support of multiple languages to deliver content. All right, it's not using one language at age 6 and then another language at age 10 and then another language. I mean, this is developing different languages. Okay, so in that sense, you have additional languages. But what we are talking about as multilingual education is the concurrent support of literacy development in more than one language. Obviously, if that language is English, right? So you have to make a decision as a policymaker, for example, you have to make a decision as to what language your textbooks are going to be in. But I have seen textbooks from Orissa, for instance, where there is code switching in the textbooks. So there is English, yeah, and this is Oriya as well. I've seen in Telangana also, in Hyderabad, I've seen textbooks that have one page English and the other page Telugu. And that is supposed to be a way of approaching bilingual education. And this was in EMI schools, government schools, EMI schools. Now, is that good or bad? Well, textbooks are a big question, right? Textbooks are what we need to think very carefully about, and we need to make textbooks accessible to the children at every level or every grade of primary school. But the three language formula, as I said, I mean, is something that is widely used around the world because children are encouraged to learn 2 more languages on top of the language the school uses, the official language. But this is not multilingual education. This is multilingualism in the child. So the child develops more than one language with time, but it's not running a lesson, a class using multiple languages. What we are proposing is that you can retain the 3 language formula if you want. And I mean, there are political issues on which the other 2 languages are going to be and what the status of English is in this and so on. But what I am saying is English is something that everybody wants. And so it should be one of these languages, right? One of these languages would be English. But the idea is that whatever language you decide to use in the class, because you have a multilingual class, you need to be able to deliver the lesson with resources from different languages. And that's what I mean by multilingual lesson plans.
Yeah, thank you so much. And another thing that you mentioned is about the reading comprehension.
Yeah.
And textbooks must carry a home language. I mean, with the comprehension, they should have meanings in their home language too. But given the multilingual context in India, and in many of the schools, not just the learners of Telugu just join and then learn in one school. There might be students from other languages too in the same school. But how to tackle this situation if the textbooks carry English and Telugu in one book? And what about the other learners who are not from that particular language?
So the main claim, thank you for this. I mean, I always get this question whenever I present in India, because obviously multilingual classrooms are the norm there. I think that textbooks, there is no harm in a textbook being in one language. I'm not sure that having a textbook in multiple languages necessarily helps, because if you think about it, if the child is to make use of 2 languages that are written, the child needs to know well enough the script in these 2 languages and be able to use that reading from one language to help with the other. Now, if you think about it, English is a language that is not very strong among the children in India, obviously, because English is not a language that is spoken at home for the vast majority of children. But English is a language that everybody wants to learn. So I don't think there is it is harmful to have a textbook that is in English. But what I am suggesting is that the strength that Indian children have is that they are already multilingual, and their strength is in orality. So if you are trying to teach something from an English textbooks, you have to use and you have to allow the children to use the multiple languages they speak, whether it's Lambadi, whether it's Ileti, whatever it is, in the class, in the peer group discussions. And the only restriction you have there is to have at least two children, at least two students that speak the same language. Because when you form a discussion among them, then they can explain. So the teacher gives a question, all right, and that question is about the text and the content, and that question is perhaps in English, but the teacher should allow the students to discuss a possible answer to that question in the languages they speak. And then what you need in that peer group discussion is to have at least one child who would be able to stand up and speak in a language, give the response to the rest of the class in a language that the teacher and the other children can understand. So maybe that's not English, maybe it's Telugu, all right? But the point is that there should be one person who can use a language that everybody understands. But the benefit for the children who speak Lambadi, for example, and they can speak among themselves to discuss the question in their own language is huge, because they will understand the English concept and, in fact, the Telugu concept as well for that same concept in their own language. So what I'm saying is orality, multilingualism should build on orality. I'm not saying that you have to develop textbooks that are in all the languages that the children speak. I mean, that's not practical, that's not feasible, and it's going to, it's not going to be an advantage, because written language carries an extra burden with it, which is you have to learn the script, you have to learn how to read and understand. One of the important things about reading comprehension and teaching reading comprehension is that if you develop that skill in the child, in one language, the child can transfer it to other languages, right? So if you know how to read for comprehension in one language, let's say in English or in Telugu or in whichever language the school has, you can, when your proficiency in another language develops, you can actually transfer these strategies that you have developed to the other language.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Simply. And another clarification based on what you spoke about multilingualism and bilingualism. You supported code switching and code mixing. Of course, your research is in primary education, primary school students. Code switching and code mixing can very well work with primary school students, but at the secondary level and undergraduate level, where already fossilization of errors happen, and this code switching and code mixing might restrict them to learn or to develop skills in English. Is it so?
So, so the short answer is no. The short answer is no. I mean, what we have found is that, I mean, think about it. If you have a child who speaks, let's say they can converse in Telugu and Hindi, right? Let's suppose you have a child that has these two languages. The child can code switch, but when that child speaks to someone who is a Hindi speaker only, the child is not going to code switch. The child is going to speak in Hindi only. So this is something that we have observed around the world. Children code switch when they know that the person in front of them also shares the same languages. If they know they don't, they're not going to code switch. So code switching is something you can stop yourself from doing, all right? It's not something compulsory, and you can do it freely. So in secondary, what I take from your question is that in secondary school and in university, if you use code switching, it's going to be detrimental. But it's not, because you already engage in code switching anyway. And I think the problem would only be if you don't know, for example, the term in English, but you have to use another language. That rarely happens. I mean, terminology is mostly in English, and I think students are quite aware of that. But code switching is not taking away anything from multilingualism. In fact, we have some very nice data that we are publishing now from code switching and learning a new language through code switched input. And it actually works. It works as well as when you learn through non-code switched input. So code switching is not bad for you. It's good for you. It's good for you, but it's when you write, obviously, there is stigma on code switching. So you're not supposed to switch between languages when you write.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Simply. Participants are very eager to ask you certain questions and
Sure.
clarify their doubts. Yes.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Madhvi from the English department, an ELT expert in the department. So it had been quite interesting to know your observations and findings from your project Multi-Ed. Very happy to know about the details. I have just one question. I need to know, to what extent the learners were given freedom to use L1 while acquiring L2. So this is one. And how did this impact, the cognitive abilities and the social outcomes, effective outcomes in the process of L2 acquisition?
Thank you very much for your question. So it's quite interesting because I cannot give you an answer that applies to all the schools that we tested. So in DTA schools in Delhi, it really depended on the teacher. I mean, I can tell you that before the teachers were trained, so in the first workshop we did for teacher training, they resisted the use of other languages apart from English because DTA schools have a very strict English medium policy, right? And although they support the learning of Tamil and the learning of Hindi as well, they are strictly speaking English. So when we told them that they should be using Tamil if they wanted to, Tamil and Hindi, some of the teachers were quite resistant, and they said no because it's going to take away from the children's development of English. So this is why we had to run this project. So we had one group of children who had teachers who were open to that, and they used multiple languages in class. And there was another group, which was our control group, and they were using English only in teaching and learning and in assessment. So when we compared that, what we found was that the children were very happy. In fact, not all of them were happy with Tamil because Tamil was not a language in Delhi that children going to DTA schools speak as a home language, right? So they learn it at school, but it's not their home language. So they didn't feel comfortable using it. But they were all very happy to use Hindi. Okay, so the children were much happier. Now, we tested these children before we started the intervention on their English vocabulary, their English grammar, and after the end of the intervention as well. And what we found was actually that their English had improved, despite the fact that they were using other languages at the same time. So I think what this shows is that the multilingual classroom did not take away from the children's ability to learn English. In fact, it supported it, right? Because they could understand more, right? So they learned the English words better because they were allowed to talk about the concepts in several languages. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but the point is that both the teachers were more resistant than the children to use languages other than English in the class. But those that were open to it actually enjoyed the class much more because there was agency given to the children as well to use other languages.
Professor, thank you so much. This is Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti. I'm a visiting professor in India, Middle East, Eurasia, and Central Asia. My question is, I belong to Telangana region. As you know, historically, Telangana was under Nizam rule. So Telugu and Urdu medium education was there. Even Osman University was found in Urdu medium initially. So I think in terms of English language acquisition, proficiency, and accuracy, what empirical studies have you done? I mean, what observations you have made? Because rest of India, most of the provinces were under British rule for almost 2 centuries. That's how English has gone into the bones of many Indians. So could you please throw some light, uh, particularly on Telangana region, the influence of language
Yes.
acquisition and other
Yeah.
regions? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. There is a lot of stuff I can say about Telangana because most of our projects were run there. And I want to say that for the Multi-Lila project, the first project we run, this was Hyderabad, Delhi, and Patna. And what we tested EMI schools in Telangana, in Hyderabad, and Telugu medium schools. And and we compared the English of the children there with the English of the children in government schools, not DTA schools for Multilila, the government schools in Delhi. And these schools in Delhi were officially EMI, but because Delhi decided to change the schools at the time when we were doing the project. And what I can tell you is that the level of English that children in Hyderabad had was higher than the level of English that the children in Delhi government schools had. Okay, so and also in Hyderabad, we had a larger percentage of non-Telugu speaking children in the classroom. So we had children around 30% of the classrooms in government schools, both in EMI and in Telugu medium schools, were children who spoke another language at home, right? They didn't speak Telugu. What we found is that actually, whether your home language was Telugu or not, did not make a difference to the learning of English. So English level acquisition or proficiency was actually better in Hyderabad than in Delhi for the Multi-Lila project, despite the fact that we had more multilingual classrooms in Hyderabad than in Delhi. Does that answer your question? So in Hyderabad, actually, the level of English is better than in Delhi government schools. But I should say that it really depends on the school. So the DTA schools, these are government-aided schools, they have a lot more resources, and the level of English of the children there is quite good. But it's better than other government schools in Delhi. Do you see? I mean, there is a difference in terms of the schools.
Yeah. Hello, doctor. This is Dr. Swati from Linguistics Department. And it's a wonderful talk that we had. My question was when you were assessing the reading comprehension, any work was done on their pre-literacy skills? Like we know that cognition is affecting the reading comprehension. So any work related to that was done? I just wanted to know. Thank you.
Yes. So we tested, thank you very much. So we tested children on Ravens. The Ravens progressive matrices is the test that we use for nonverbal IQ, yeah, nonverbal intelligence. And we looked at the contribution of this IQ, to the learning of English, to the development of reading comprehension. So we used it as a predictor, let's say, possible predictor of the child's performance. And the answer is that it didn't contribute. So although we had a very large range of IQ scores, as you expect, in the children, this was not a predictive factor for the development of English as a second language. But now that you've asked that, let me just say that we have recently published a paper where we propose norms for Indian children for the Ravens, the cognitive test. You may know that there have been some standardized scores for Ravens already published by Pearson publishers for Indian children. But we had a much larger group, and the original Ravens was done with children from private schools. So in our case, we had government schools, we had more children, and we've published that. So you can use that as a cognitive task now, because we have norms for children between 8 and 12 years of age.
Thank you, Professor Simply. So your understanding on education, especially English education in India, is so impressive, because most of our researchers who work in the field of English language teaching do look into these aspects in their research, especially the challenges that the rural learners face in learning English. Your two projects, the major projects and other projects with regard to English education across the world, will definitely help us in preparing our textbooks, and also will help us in improving the learning environment in our schools. So most probably, your talk today will definitely, it's something which is thought-provoking, and that also makes us, allows us to implement something from your project. Thank you so much. And I should tell all the participants here that it's almost 7 a.m. for her in the morning when she started her session. And she immediately accepted because of her love for India and the field of education, that's ELT, because she's done a lot of research on Indian learners, especially in the field of education and English language teaching. Thank you so much, Professor Simply, for being the keynote speaker. And
thank you very much, and I hope all goes well with the rest of the conference. Thank you. Thank you for
thank you
inviting
so
me.
much. Yeah, thank you. It was a pleasure having you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Professor Savitri, for chairing the session. It is now time for lunch. After lunch will be plenary talk by Professor S. Ramachandran, former Vice Chancellor. Yes. Oh. Professor S. Ramachandran, former Vice Chancellor, Usmania University, which will start sharp at 2 p.m. I request all of you to proceed towards guest house, and please come back in time for the next session. Thank you.
All of you have lunch coupons. Please show your coupons and don't get confused, because there's another program at guest house and there's another lunch there. So you need to go to the place where our lunch is provided. That's inside OU guest house. Thank you.
It's my honor to welcome Professor Parimala Kulkarni, Department of English, Usmania University, and Head of the Department, Professor J. Savitri. Welcome to the dais, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Professor Parimala Kulkarni, Department of English, Usman University, who will be chairing the session. Ma'am's area of specialization in gender studies and women's writing, Indian writing in English and English language, pedagogy, Indian writing in English. And Professor Savitri's area of specialization in English language, teaching. Yeah. Now I hand over. Now I request Professor Parimala to take over the session and introduce the resource person. Ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's good to be back after the lunch, though we are slightly behind the schedule, so we'll try to make it up. Now, may I invite Professor S. Ramachandram Garu to come on to the dais. We'll give it later. So, please. Just a gesture of appreciation, sir. So, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and research scholars, welcome to this plenary session of our first plenary session of our conference. And as the chair of this session, it is my privilege to welcome you all to a discussion on a theme that is not just contemporary, but critical to the survival of rigorous scholarship, ethics of AI and academic integrity. As we navigate an era where artificial intelligence is rapidly redefining the boundaries of research, writing, and pedagogy, the questions we face are no longer just technological, they are fundamentally ethical. So to guide us through this complex landscape, we are fortunate to have with us a visionary academician and a pioneer in computer science education, Professor S. Ramachandram. I take pleasure in introducing him. Professor S. Ramachandram is a name that resonates deeply within the academic corridors of Telangana and beyond. A distinguished professor of computer science and engineering, he has served as the Vice Chancellor of Usmania University from 2016 to 2019, where he spearheaded the massive digital transformations and led the university to attain the prestigious NAC A+ grade and Category 1 autonomous status. And continuing his legacy of institution building, he is also the founding Vice Chancellor of Anurag University, Hyderabad. So with an academic journey spanning decades, including a bachelor's in ECE and a master's and PhD in computer science from Usmania University, Professor Ramachandram has been a dedicated educator, recognized with the Best Teacher Award by the State Government of Andhra Pradesh in 2013. His expertise in cloud computing, cybersecurity, and software engineering gives him a unique authoritative vantage point. He understands both the structure of AI and the profound administrative and ethical challenges it poses to academic integrity. Sir, we are eager to hear your insights on how we can balance technological advancement with scholarly honesty. Without further ado, I invite Professor S. Ramachandram to deliver the first plenary address. The floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I should thank the organizers for inviting me, particularly Professor Savitri. It's a homecoming for me, actually. You can imagine that, I was here quite for some time, and then I used to come to this college very frequently when I was VC. Actually, I liked the faculty members here. So when Professor Savitri made a request, I readily accepted it, though I don't know much about this subject. Yeah, it's very hard topic, I would say. I can talk about AI, but if you want me to talk about ethics and all, it's not easy. That is what I discovered in the process. Yeah, for the next 1 hour, we'll be talking on this topic, right? So maybe after that, you'll have question and answers. Yeah, well, I think she has already told you about me more than I can tell. Yeah, this is outline. Oh, I can use this, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, this is outline of this lecture. I thought I would also tell you to start with what is AI. Okay. Yeah, it's at a very abstract level, I would say. We'll not go into the details, but then we will understand what is AI, what is Gen AI, and what is agentic AI. I think all of you are hearing these words. Okay. Let us demystify those words and then go into our topic. Okay. First, we'll look at the, what is AI actually. Yeah, I think all of you know this definition because I don't have to tell the definitions. So it can do things that human beings can do. That's what, okay, in simple words, actually. Okay. And it can do various things. I think all of you know this. Okay. So I think all of you are using ChatGPT and whatnot, Gemini, Claude, and maybe there are a few AI tools specific to your own subject. Okay. So they exhibit some of the human capabilities. Okay. That is good news as well as, it's a challenge for all of us. Okay. It's good news because, you can get the work done. A challenge because as teachers, we are challenged what to do actually. So you're worried actually, what will be the teacher's role? Yeah, if that is so, then we'll move on. Okay. So in my view, AI augments human intelligence. So that is positive way of looking at it. Okay. So, right, and then move on. Oh, I'm sorry, I think this, I just wanted to tell you what is the difference between traditional programming and AI. Yeah, we used to do this traditional programming. I have been doing this for the last so many 40 years, actually. I took a lot of pride in this. And then, in fact, my programs do run, actually, even Usman University also. Right. So what is that I was doing, actually? Basically, write a program. Okay. It means that you put the rules into the program. Okay. And give the data and get the out. If rules change slightly, then I have to change the program. Okay, data format changes, I have to change the program. Okay. Yeah, this has also has helped us actually. Why? If you see, most of the Indian software engineers are everywhere globally actually. So a lot of employment has been created only to do this. Okay. Because each time there is a change, you have to change the program. Then we need the software professionals. So that is a thing. But later in the process, something else happening. So what is that? Yeah, this is called AI or machine learning. What does it do? You give the data, it will learn the rules. Wonderful, right? Are you getting the point? You give the data, train it, it will know the rules. It will form the rules. That is why it is learning. Right. So it is learning. I hope you are following. I just want to make this distinction. Yeah, that is also a problem actually. We'll see that. Yeah, now I can write a program, train using data, and it will learn the patterns. Right. Next time, if you get the same pattern, it will recognize. Okay, I don't have to change my program actually. I don't, all the AI programs are basically based on this simple principle. Simple principle. Okay. So let us move on. Yeah, just try to understand what is happening in evolution of this AI. I depicted this as four eras: era 1, era 2, 3, era 4. Era 1 is between 50 to 80s. Okay. So basically, AI was there that time also. When I was a student, it was there actually. But it used to be a peripheral subject. Right. Most of the times it used to be an elective. Sometimes it entered into the curriculum and then gone out of this because nothing is going to happen. That is the kind of thing actually. So yeah, in fact, during those days, we used to call them as expert systems. Okay. They developed a few systems, AI systems, which we used to call expert systems. Mycin is one of them actually. Mycin is an expert system which actually diagnoses the bacterial infections given the symptoms. Okay, it was doing a good job, but then, it is still a program. It is still a program. We still put the rules inside actually, right? And it has got its own limitations. Later, I think in 1997 or so, Deep Blue has come. I think all of you are aware of that. That is a chess program actually, which defeated the champion. Okay, Gary Kasparov. Okay, those things are fine. But 1980s and 2010s, this is where actually the machine learning has come into picture. Just now I was telling you. So where you give the data and over a period of time it will learn, and then next time you give the data, then it will be able to recognize these patterns and answers your questions. But then they can do only one task at a time. So this is also considered very, very limited actually. So it's not very powerful as you see now. Okay. So that was a story. Era 2. Era 3 is actually what is that we are seeing now. Okay. Gen AI. Okay. Then came the Gen AI. In 2022, ChatGPT came, and then the rest is the history. And then that's why probably we are here to discuss all these things. Okay. Yeah, earlier also we had this AI, but it was not so much. Actually, it has not created that much impact as much as ChatGPT has done. Okay. So what is the magic there? So that is, yeah, it concerns your language teachers, because I think all of you hear LLM, right? It's a language model. It is a language model that has made difference. That is the reason why I put this. So if you look at era 3, okay, it happened from 2012 onwards. 2017, there was a paper. Okay. Attention is all you need. I covered that also, actually. We'll see it later. But then that made all the difference so Gen AI has come. Of course, now, Gen AI can, I think, what does it do actually? It takes your prompt and gives you answers. Process your prompt and then gives the answers. I think all of you are using. Invariably, everybody uses this, right? So, but then, yeah, you can ask any question. Okay. But then the new one actually. So that is what we call agentic AI. you fix the goal, it can do autonomously the job. You get the work done. It's as if you are employing some agents. Okay, so that's wonderful that is going to happen. That is going to have even more impact on this. Okay, so not just Gen AI, which actually, given the prompts, it gives answers, but this one, actually, it is going to do work for you. It's going to work for you, actually. Okay, all right. So that's going to be a very fascinating story, actually. So we'll not go into those details, but then, yeah, so what is Gen AI? So we are really concerned about this Gen AI because it is so powerful, right? A type of AI that creates new content, such as text, images, audio, video, all that actually. You ask a question, it will give you the answer. Most likely correct answer. There are times it may go wrong, that's a different thing, but most of the times it gives the correct answer. Okay. So I think all of you are clear with Gen AI. Okay. Yeah, you give the prompt and that AI understands the context and generates new content. So it understands the context. Context is important. Okay. Yeah. If you ask a question, obviously the context in which I work is basically this one. Okay. So like that. I think all of you are familiar with search engine. Search engine was giving this actually. It was also important development, right? Search engine, what does it do actually? It can tell you where can I find information. What is Gen AI? It is giving the information. Are you getting the point? So in search engine, it depends on you, to go to that URL and then search for and then see whether it is relevant or not. But this is giving the relevant information. Okay. So that is the difference, if you want to understand the difference. Oh yeah, so this can happen. I think all of you are able to read that. Okay, I can ask the Gen AI to write a story. It will write beautiful story, convincing, articulative. Okay, it will write a story. Okay, so just write a short story about a brave girl and a robot. Right, and then you will see the story. Have you tried this? Yes. Don't you feel threatened? Actually, right in a way, because you people are writing the stories. You ask it, write a poem, it will write. Okay. So whatever you want, actually, it writes, and then very nicely. Okay. So it is very difficult to make a difference whether it is written by machine or a human being. Okay. You will not be able to make a difference, actually. I'm sure, given this story, if you ask, it's not easy, actually. Okay. Is that clear? Okay. So I have put this some diagrams in between. There is something called neural network. Neural network. Neural network is modeled like your brain. Your brain is also supposed to have neurons, and they are highly connected to each other. Right. Similar to what Gen AI does, our brain also does the same thing. Probably if you want to if you're asked to create a story, you will create, and it is because of your neural network, actually. Okay, supposedly your brain, works based on this, actually. Okay, right? And then it generates one word at a time. Words become sentences, sentences evolve into paragraphs, paragraphs evolve into a story or a report or whatnot. Okay, the process is same, actually. So, right, what does it do actually for this? Okay, I think I just told you actually. So it uses various techniques like machine learning and um, general purpose transformer, large language model. I'm going to tell you a little bit about that actually. And pre-trained transformer. So that is actually what made the difference. Okay, and we call it as Gen AI. LLMs are basically for generating the text. Okay, so if you use a LLM, actually, basically you generate the text. LLM is based on what? The neural network. Neural network, which is like your brain, actually. Okay, so if that is the case, we will go ahead and then. Okay, so it's called deep learning or neural network. Okay, neural network becomes deep learning when you have a number of layers inside. Actually, earlier we were using only 1 or 2 layers, but now we are using tens of layers. Okay, so as the layers increase, the ability to understand the complexity also increases. The more layers, the more intelligent. Actually. Okay, are you getting the point? Yeah, more layers means more intelligent. Okay. Yeah, so they train this network on a huge corpus of your text. We are only discussing about text actually. Right. And then it learns. Okay. Now they have built a vocabulary of around 50,000 tokens. Tokens are like words. What is the dictionary size? What is the size of a dictionary? How many words are there in dictionary? Roughly. 5 lakh? Yeah, very close to that. Actually, so yeah, it's around 2 lakhs to be specific. 1,70,000. So these are the words actually. Okay. Yeah, but then this vocabulary for this is around 50,000 tokens. Tokens are like words. Sometimes big words are split into tokens. Okay. Right. So, like, if I am unable, it has got 2 tokens, un plus able. Okay, this un occurs in number of places. Able might occur in number of places. So that's the reason why they have made 50,000 tokens. They could manage with 50,000 tokens and they can form all kinds of words that appear in the dictionary. Okay, so it becomes very efficient and powerful if you make into tokens. Roughly, you can understand them as words, but then tokens also have other syntactical units like your punctuation marks and all these things. Okay. Yeah, so the idea is basically it uses this kind of network, which we call deep learning, which is similar to our brain. And this network is trained on a huge corpus of your text, right? And it is fine-tuned, right? Each neuron has a weight associated with that. And these weights are fixed. The vocabulary is fixed. The weights are fixed. Are you getting the point? Vocabulary is fixed and weights are fixed. Okay, that's what training means. Okay, once the training is done, training is already done. Now what is that you can ask the prompt. You can give a prompt and then based on what it has learned, it will generate the content. It is generating the content. Okay, I'm just giving you very high level picture just to, yeah, pay attention, you will understand it. Right. Yeah, this I want to tell you, the breakthrough in AI has occurred in 2017. 2017, there is a paper called Attention is All You Need. Researchers at Google have come with this actually. This made all the difference. If in 2022, the ChatGPT has come, it is only because of this single paper, single research paper. I put this wantedly, okay? I'll tell you why, right? But this paper made all the difference, actually. Okay. When you give a prompt, it builds the context. It builds such a context that's very, very appropriate. And it is always almost right. Right. And the next word, just now I told you, it generates, most likely that is the next word that you want, actually. Most likely next word. Most likely that is a sentence, and most likely that is a paragraph and so on. So this is the one actually which has which made the difference. Key point is one research paper changed the future of AI. I made this point because you also do original research. If you do the original research, it is going to make an impact. This is very much linked to our topic, that is ethics also. Okay. Why we are talking about this paper? This is because it has made such an impact. It's so original, right? And that's the reason why we are talking about this. This happened in 2017, and the result is Gen AI, which we are talking about, and agentic AI that we are talking about. All this happened just because of this important paper. This is available everywhere, you can read it, actually. Yeah, that is called transformer mechanism or attention mechanism. Okay. Right. When you give a prompt, it builds the context. It builds the context. Right. This context is built by a mechanism called attention. Each word attends each other word in the context. And it becomes so good, okay, and so coherent, so cohesive, so it'll be able to generate next word. Or it's still next word, and okay, it generates word by word only. But that word is generated because of this attention. Each word is related to other word, syntactically, culturally, semantically. Okay. So, different dimensions, the context is built. Context is built. It is all based on mathematics. It's a very fascinating mathematics. I'm not going to tell you actually. But then the end result is what we see it now actually. Okay. So the context is built, enriched over a period of time. When it goes through various layers, at the end, you will get the correct word. Yeah. Do you agree with me? It's generating correct words. All right. No, because you have been using, right? It generates, right? It generates, at least good content. Okay. Yeah, that is called attention mechanism. Those who are interested, actually, you can look at this aspect. Okay, maybe makes sense to the the language professors because that made all the difference. Okay, when you attend to all the aspects of the the content, then you get the correct content actually. Okay, get the correct content, and all these words actually are tokens are stored as numbers. They are numbers actually. They are vectors. They are just vectors. Why? It is the vectors that we can manipulate. It is the numbers that we can manipulate. Words we cannot manipulate. Each word has actually something like 12,000 numbers. Each word is represented by 12,000 numbers. Are you getting the point? These 12,000 numbers capture the semantics of that word. Okay. All these 12,000 words, numbers, are you getting the point? Each number is represented by 12,000 numbers. All these 1,000 numbers together define the semantics of the word. Okay. But then when you give a prompt, that is the overall. When you give a prompt, actually, it limits it to the context and then generates the next word. Are you getting the point? If I say bank, so bank it can be financial bank or river bank. Depending on the context, it has to change. So when you define the context, actually it changes. Right. So initially the vocabulary is built. Like I was telling you that it could be some 50,000 words. It changes from one tool to another tool. And then on this, actually, there is attention mechanism and the transformer mechanism. Attention mechanism basically makes these words attend to each other and then enrich the context. And it goes to transformations. And ultimately, you will get a end result. Next word is predicted, and that predicted word is most probably correct word. Okay, if you're with me, actually, I can move on. I just wanted to tell you the story. Okay, so all those who are actually deal with the language, you can actually look into the context building it. How does it build the context? Okay, that the central point is the context. The central point of the paper that I've displayed is context. Okay, once that is done, actually, so the remaining is just the history that we have seen. Okay, I think I've seen this. Right. Oh, I'm going back. Sorry. Right. Okay, so yeah, large language model, because it is trained by using a whole lot of data, and the same technique that I've used, actually, it derives all those vocabulary from these large language models. It knows everything, actually. Okay. Yeah, now the next step is agentic AI. Okay. In fact, we were giving prompt to Gen AI. Now we can give the goal. Okay. So what is the goal? I just to make you understand, maybe you will be able to understand. I can say prepare the NAC self-support study report. Okay. I think all of you are familiar with how much time it takes, how many people work on that. You don't have to work, actually. So yeah, you can actually employ these agents. Agent will do the job, and maybe in a day or so, you will get your self-study report, which is, in compliance with the NAC. In compliance with the NAC. Are you getting the point? What is that we gain from that? Lot of time is saved. Yeah, I see most of the professors now working on NAC only. Yeah, some people say I'm criteria 4 expert, I'm criteria 5 expert. Strangely, okay. I'm sure these days will go, actually. You will get this. Yes. So, yeah, that is not the only thing. You can do many things. Develop an online examination system with role-based, all those things. It will do. Develop a website, it will do, actually. Okay, it will generate the code. It will write the entire program. So that's the reason why we are worried, actually. Is it taking away our jobs? Yeah, we have to think that, actually. Anyway, don't worry, actually. So new jobs will be created, right? So because we have to do this agentic AI, so that's exactly the reason why we have to train our students. We have to actually change our curriculum. You don't have to be a computer science engineer to do this. Actually, you can introduce even an English program also. Okay. Yeah, maybe you people will be able to do better than those people. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, if you look at LLM, it's basically English only, right? Language. Oh, it's not only English, all other languages, right? Okay, if that is clear, then we'll go. Okay. Generative AI is reactive, whereas agentic AI is goal driven. You set the goal, it will do the job. But still we require people, actually, we can set up this. We need expertise. As of now, we don't have the expertise. Okay. So there is severe shortage of this, and yeah, if we change the curriculum, probably our students will be benefited. Now we'll come to the story again. Why AI matters? Because of all these things. It is used everywhere. You can't ignore it. Actually. You can't say it is not good. You can't say you have to, only human beings can do, and all that story will not work, because the way it works, it is used healthcare. Actually. You can do diagnosis now. Okay. It will help you, doctors, in doing surgeries. You can, yeah, it can work in education. Okay. I think recently I read in Hindu, one school student told actually. So this teacher is taking class for 1 hour. I can learn this in 6 minutes using this AI tutor actually. Yeah. If we have to look at that seriously. You can't say that only we teach and we have to listen. No. Yeah. Right. Right. It can be used in all these skills: finance, agriculture, governance, all this is going to help all of us. Okay. It enhances human capabilities. Yeah, it works in creativity. Yeah, you can engage with that in dialogue actually. Okay. It will give ideas. You can actually give your ideas. Okay. So it's a very interesting thing. Okay. Productivity will increase. Yeah, just see NAC report, it will do in 1 day actually. So so many days people are struggling, and it will do in no time. Okay. Productivity will increase. It will write emails for you. Right. So it's going to write emails for you. It will do all the work for you. Obviously, productivity is increasing. Accessibility will increase. Yeah, the whole knowledge is at your hands, fingertips. Right. We don't have to search for the teachers to help. Right. You just go and ask the question, it will give you, isn't it? So not only that, it can translate into your language and then tell you in the language. Not only that, it will help those who are disabled also. Okay. So all this, in fact, in a way, it democratizes the knowledge. It's already happening. I don't have to go and ask the expert to tell me what is agentic AI. I ask this and then we will tell you. Okay. You can do the same exercise. Innovation. It is used widely in drug discovery. I think yesterday I've seen in the newspaper, IICT has come with the new drugs. Okay. I think you must have read the Hindu paper. Okay. It's possible because of this AI tools. You can make discovery of new materials. Very useful. New materials. Okay. So we can use it for innovation. Okay. Right. It can personalize actually. So you can do all kinds of things. Right. You can personalize in the sense, particularly in education. It adjusts to your pace of learning. It knows what you know and what you don't know. Accordingly, it will adjust the what to teach. Okay. So whereas in the classroom, what we do actually, we teach everybody actually. So right. So but whereas here, this is going to personalize. Okay. So that's why it matters. That's why we are discussing why. Okay. Why we need to worry about this. Okay. So I just to create an impression, I just expanded this. So it can be an author, right? AI can be an author. It can write books. It can write essays. It can write reports. It can write whatnot, actually. Lesson plans. You have it right? You try. You will get. Okay. All right. If AI writes the text, who is the author? So that's a question mark, actually. That's a question we should put. Now we are getting into the actual problem, actually. So if it writes, who is the author? Can you claim, actually? So that's the problem. Tutor, it can be tutor, okay? explains and guides to enhance your learning. Okay, it explains concepts, answers you all your questions and all that. Okay. So what is the question? Can AI enhance learning without replacing human guidance? I don't agree with that. Anyway, but then it helps in learning. Okay, I'm sure all of you appreciate this. It can be a collaborator. You can collaborate with it, then develop an idea. Okay, develop drug discovery. Have you heard of Demis Hassabis? Who is that? In 2024, Nobel Prize was given in chemistry to a computer science person. Why? He has used AI to identify the correct structure of the protein. Are you getting the point? Just imagine the way things anybody can enter. He's not, he's not a chemistry person. Of course, there's another person who knows chemistry, but they came together and they got the Nobel Prize. A Nobel Prize is given, chemistry Nobel Prize is given to a person who is expert in AI. Are you getting the point? Oh, these things can happen in future. Okay, right. So you can collaborate and then do it actually. So yeah, is there a threat actually? There's a, we have to worry at the same time. There is academic integrity risks. Okay, there are risks, of course. It's not without risks. Any technology is like that. And okay, AI assisted plagiarism. All of you, you know it. I don't want to explain further. Right. Yeah, you can say that I have written, though it is written by the AI. Okay. And then ghostwriting. Yeah, you can entire book, you can get it written by AI and then say I'm the author actually. Okay, ghostwriting and cheat. Okay, fabricated references and citations is possible. Who is going to check actually? Yeah, learning this, reduce critical thinking. Yeah, if you totally depend on that, no, it might happen. Okay, that's the reason why you have to use as assistants, not replace you. Okay, you may get into trap and then for everything you contact and then everything that AI gives you may believe. That you avoid. Over dependence on AI, loss of creativity and problem solving skills. So yeah, if you totally depend on that, probably that might be the result. Okay. Yeah, assessment challenges, difficulty in assessing authentic student work. I think all of us face this problem now. Okay, we don't know whether he has written or AI has written, right? Verifying originality is not easy. And the challenge is redesigning the assignments. Yeah, so that is very important for all of us. Maybe in future you have to master this. Oh, that's a dilemma now. So what is the dilemma now? So is it a tool, right? Or is it a threat? Is it a tool or threat? Right. Anyway, if that dilemma is there, but I still believe that challenge is you don't avoid using this AI. Use AI in a responsible way. A responsible way. Okay, you can't throw it away actually. So AI is doing good job, but at the same time, you have to how to use this responsibly is the question. It can go wrong actually. So yeah, what is the problem? Why it is going wrong sometimes? Okay, there are two aspects to this. One is the tool itself has some limitations. The other one is human behavior. Right. The problems are created because of this. All right. So one is the tool itself. What is a tool? There is a hallucination. The tool can hallucinate. It can say that it is whatever it's saying correct, actually, though it is wrong, actually. Why? It is not trained to say, I don't know. Right. So it doesn't have self-awareness, actually. That's called self-awareness. It doesn't know that it doesn't know, right? So, problem is, it will give you some output, actually. So that is sometimes it may be wrong, but very confidently it says so. Then you have to be careful. This is called a hallucination. Of course, human beings, all of us have these hallucinations. Okay, so, but don't throw away this just because it has got hallucinations. Not always it hallucinates, sometimes actually. So, yeah, why? No, we can, people are trying to overcome this problem. This technology problem, limited knowledge, because it's trained on particular data. Though it is a huge, but still there are areas in which it is not trained. So that is a problem, actually. Limited knowledge, by its very nature, it is limited. Why? Because it has to be trained. If it's not trained on that particular data, it will not be able to answer those questions. Right, bias and fairness issues. Yeah, it has, you may give a data, which actually, you create a bias in that, actually. Yeah, so sometime back, somebody has told that, when it asked to pick up the right candidates, it picked up only male candidates. Okay, so yeah, because it's trained only on the data, actually. So I'm just giving an example. There are plenty of those examples, actually. Okay, lack of transparency. Yeah, this is another important thing. It's a black box. I told you, deep learning, all the layers, right? It's a black box. Okay, so it gives the result. If you ask how it has given the result, you don't know, actually. Though there is a mathematics involved, it's very difficult to backtrack and find the way how it has created. This problem is still there, actually. Okay, so I mean to say that sometimes it has taken the decision. If you challenge in the court, you'll not be able to provide the evidence. Are you getting the point? So you'll not be able to provide the evidence because it doesn't know how it has arrived at the decision. Like human beings, we can always reason it out. Right, but then it is not. They are trying it, actually. That is called explainable AI. I think you must have heard those words, actually. And there are other issues, security and privacy issues. All of us, our data may be there. Okay, it may be misusing our data, actually. It's quite possible by its very nature. Right, the human behavior, you can use malicious use, you can have. AI can be used for fraud. I think deepfakes, all these things happening. You can create audio, video, impersonate, and create problems. I think all of you are seeing this. Okay, all right. So it can happen. It can have misinformation. AI can be used to create and spread the false information, violation of rights. All right, it can infringe on privacy, and then all that can happen. All the, sometimes they're combinedly used. Okay, over reliance on AI, ethical misuse, all this can happen. In the, I think all of you are getting the point. This is the core of our talk now. What is that? Ethics of AI. So where does it originate? This is the problem within the tool itself. Okay. And academic integrity. Where is the problem? How you use it. How we use. Okay. That's why I put this. Are you all with me? Okay. Yeah. So there are inherent limitations of the tool itself, and the people are trying to solve this technically. And maybe over a period of time, they will be able to mitigate this problem, but I am not sure whether it will be totally eliminated. If it is eliminated, it will be God. Yeah, just imagine actually, this is a profound thing. So if it can answer all the questions correctly, then it must be some superpower actually, right? It will not happen by the very nature actually, but then day by day it will become more and more reliable. I'm sure these things will be removed. Some of the hallucinations and biases will be removed over a period of time. It will become better and better, and we can use it. But at the same time, we also have to be responsible persons how to use this AI. Right. If that is clear, then we'll. How much time I have? Okay. Yeah, this definition. I just put that definition. I think all of you know this definition. Yeah, I think so. AI basically this is related to itself. Okay. Right. The ethics of AI set of principles and practices that guide the responsible design, development, and deployment, and use these AI systems to ensure all those things, good things. Okay. Safe, fair, transparent, accountable, and privacy, and all those things. Okay. So, what is happening here? Yes, all the, all those who actually created these systems, now they're working on this. Okay, how to make this good? Okay, right, responsible design, development, deployment. It is more to do with these things. Ethics of AI is more to do with these things. It has to be resolved by the technology experts. They are on the job actually. Yeah, they're on the job because for various reasons. We'll see that why actually. They cannot escape from doing this. Okay, and they'll be doing this actually. Okay, right. So all these things should be should hold good fairness, transparency, accountability. Yeah, they should be accountable. Those who are developing this tool, they should be accountable, made accountable actually. Right, and then all those things, safety, privacy, and human centricity. Yeah, ultimately what it says is actually it is a human who makes a choice. Right, it should live to the human being, not on its own. Right, I just put this because I just told you actually. So what they are doing to resolve this issue, okay, ethical issue. So they are trying to improve accuracy, reduce hallucinations. Yeah, they're using better data and all those things. Fact checking, something called RAG, reduce bias. So they are using inclusive data. They have to remove the bias. So they have to use all the data. Okay. Increase transparency. They are coming with the explainable AI. I told you just now to provide the evidence. If you have arrived at a decision, what is the evidence? Okay. So they are working on that actually. As of now, it is not possible. As of now, it is not possible. In future, you will be able to explain it. Keep knowledge up to date. Yeah, these are all trained. For trained systems, there is a cutoff date. There is a cutoff date. But we want the current one actually. So they are making actually real-time systems. Okay, sure. And promote human oversight actually. Ultimately, it is a human actually who makes a decision. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's one part. Actually, misuse can happen in various ways. I just put this again. All of you know how it can be misused, but still I want to put this. Okay. Academic misconduct, misinformation, deepfakes, excessive dependence, copyright violations, all these are actually misused by human beings. Are you getting the point? Okay. All these are done by us. Okay. AI written assignments. Yeah, students can actually submit. Well, it is not nothing to do with the tool. It is not a new problem anyway. Right. Now AI has created another means by which they can copy it. Okay. So, but then it has to be, you know how to resolve this. Ghostwriting, plagiarism, all these things are there. Okay. So, how to resolve these issues actually? What? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you can read for yourself. Right. Oh, this is nothing. They can add in there actually. Yeah. Academic integrity is commitment to all these values. I have taken this from International Center for Academic Integrity. Anyway, it is not very different from what we think also, right? So, but yeah, it tells you that, integrity means that whether it is AI or no AI. Okay, so this is what honesty, trust, fairness, respect, responsibility, courage, and all those things. Okay, all these are basically should be practiced by us, right? Right. I put this basically to maybe we should think slightly differently. Okay, that's my opinion. Okay. So what is that? Instead of saying how do we catch AI, rather we should think of how do we redesign learning. Right? In the context of AI, probably we should think about this loudly and then redesign the way we actually teach and assess them. Okay. Whether you like it or not, this is going to happen. Okay. Right. So individuals maybe you have a different opinion, but then otherwise things are moving in this direction. How do you redesign? Okay. AI is there always, but then how do you redesign learning? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So this is I just drawn the a few things how it can happen traditionally and in AI era integrity. Okay. Avoid plagiarism. That is there always actually. Disclose our AI assistance. Disclose AI assistance. Okay. Use AI, but then you're you're taken from AI. Cite sources, cite all AI generated support. Cite AI generated support. Use that, and then you have to do that actually. Do own work. Maintain intellectual contribution. So you have to you may use AI, but then you have to say, this is where actually my work is. Okay. This is my original work, original contribution. Okay, you should be able to say that. Avoid cheating. Avoid over dependence on AI. Produce authentic work. Verify AI generated content. So we should have a mechanism to verify AI generated content. What is the tool that we use? Turn-in. All of us use, right? And say that once it goes through the turn-in, it's original work. Is it? Totally wrong. Right? So, right. Yeah, it might pass those tests, but then who knows actually? So where it is copied. Okay, that's not a correct one actually. But anyway, just to some extent, you're protecting. Yeah, this is a emerging global consensus. Okay, I have gone through some of those things. UNESCO, OECD, Australia, UK, all of them have come with the guidelines. Is there any guideline in India? Oh, but there are, there are guidelines how to use this AI. Okay, there are. Okay, maybe we don't know actually. So, yeah, there are a few things which we'll see shortly. Right. Yeah, across UNESCO, OECD, Australia, UK, and US documents, the emerging consensus is this. Okay. It requires that AI use be transparent, ethical, accountable. Okay. Yeah, this is very easy to say anyway. Right. Yeah, you can use, but then you have to be accountable. Okay. You can use, but you have to be transparent. Okay. And you can use, it should be ethical. Okay. Yeah, you can draw contrast between these things. AI assisted learning, acceptable. AI generated submission is not acceptable. Okay. You can draw, inference. I just put these things. AI supported drafting, AI authorized submission. Okay. But you cannot AI authored thing you should not submit. Okay. But AI supported drafting you can do, and you can also cite. Okay. AI with disclosure. Yeah. But hidden AI use should not be there actually. Human reviewed AI output, right? So you should review what is the output it is giving, because there may be hallucination, there may be biases. And blindly copied AI output should avoid. Yeah, this is what all these reports they say actually. Okay, all those reports are on the websites. You can get them. Okay. Yeah, this is a framework for redesigning learning in AI era. Okay. Authentic assessment, process-based assessment. Yeah, I think you can read. Okay. That's what you should do. You give the real world problems. Real world problems. Okay. Not just give the same questions which you are giving in that is already there in the book. Define this, define that. They will define somehow. Okay. Sometimes it's very difficult to read also. We don't read anyway. Right. But then you ask them to do a problem. Ask them to do a problem. They'll be able to do it actually. Okay. Case studies, projects, fieldwork, all these are important. You say process-based assessment. Every step you examine. Okay. You give an assignment and then see what is first step, submit partially, and then see how it goes, and then next, and so on. Okay. Higher order thinking, right? You can ask for analysis, you can ask for evaluate. So you can ask them to innovate, create, and all those things. Okay. Copying will not work there. Okay. And then responsible AI integration. AI as a learning partner. So you have to have this, all those things, transparency, ethics, and all those things. So maybe you have to redesign the whole process in the context of AI. Yeah, this is where actually they have defined all these documents. Actually, they have consensus on this. They have a consensus. Responsible AI is ethical AI plus responsible human behavior. I think we have seen two. Right, it can go wrong in two ways. One is the tool itself. The other one is the human behavior. A responsible AI is basically the combination of both. Yeah, then comes explainable AI. I think all of you, just now I told you, explainable AI is basically if the decision is challenged, the tool should come with the evidence. Tool should come with the evidence. As of now, it is not there. Okay, as of now, it will not tell you how it has arrived at that story or essay or some decision, serious decision like diagnosis and all those things. Okay, if that is the case, then it should be able to explain. People are working on that, and I'll close it. No, 5 minutes I'll close it. Okay, I'm looking for that message actually. Right. So the things are working in this direction. People are working, and then future will have explainable AI. Okay. Challenge and hope. Okay. Challenge is it's a black box. Okay. Modern LLMs, largely black box systems. Hope is in future we'll have systems with evidence, reasoning, and so on. Okay, if that comes, most of the problems will be resolved. Yeah, there's a UNESCO perspective. UNESCO also has come with a big document, okay, which says that, that is what it is actually. So UNESCO does not provide a single formal definition of academic integrity, but its AI and education guidelines consistently associated with all these things: authentic learning, intellectual honesty, responsible AI, transparency in AI assisted work, accountability for the final submission, and all those things. Okay, so yeah, those who are interested, actually, they can go through this. And it's not very different from what we think. Okay, all these documents are, after all, they are made by the human beings. Yes, similar principles are reflected in AI guidelines issued by USA, UK, Australia, and other higher education systems. For those who don't know, please. Okay. Have you seen? Are there any students here, scholars? Yeah, look at this image. So, but unfortunately, I didn't get this, document in UGC website. Rather, it is in Times of India. Yeah, I had to tell this because, somebody might challenge me actually. So, okay. So I don't know what the reasons. Maybe UGC is still thinking whether to put it or not. So undisclosed AI-generated content may be treated as plagiarism. This is a very important statement. Other things actually Okay. So if you have used AI, you have to please say that I've used AI. Which part is used? You can give a reference and so on. Right. Yeah, so one solution to all these problems is this, as follows. We have the guardrails, right, around the system at various level, at university level, organization level, okay, at national level, at international level, and so on. So that is what is happening as of now. Okay. Individual level, institutional level, right? Companies which actually are producing this, and national regulations, international regulations, all these are coming. They have to come up with, and I should tell you, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, they have issued the guidelines. Okay, so already, but then it's not like an act. They just say guideline. Guideline is you may or may not. Okay, so this is in the progress. Okay. Okay. I just put this again because of all of your teachers. Okay, I thought I should do this. Okay, earlier they were your knowledge providers, but now you have to be much more than that. You have to be mentor, learning designer, critical thinking coach, AI literacy mentor, ethical role model, assessment designer, all these things. Our role is going to change. So they are not going to remove us. These AI tools are not going to remove us, but then our role will change, sure. And I am sure over a period of time, all of us have to adopt to this. Okay. Yeah, from a student point of view, okay. Use AI to learn, explore, practice, improve, not replace thinking, not avoiding learning, and misrepresent authorship, and all those things should not happen. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a final takeaway. Just like tell you, embrace AI as learning partner. All of us have to do this. Okay, if you don't do this, then you'll be lagging behind. That much I can tell you. Okay, all of you agree with that. Recognize its limitations and risks. You should know these limitations, preserve academic integrity and human judgment, promote responsible and ethical AI use. Final thought, the challenge for educators is no longer whether students will use AI, but how we can empower them to use it responsibly, critically, ethically, and creatively. And the future is not human versus AI, it is humans empowered by AI with ethics, integrity, and wisdom. Okay. The final thought, I put this because I'm really concerned about this. Okay. Yeah, well, that is the end of the story, but then I thought I should also share this information because agentic AI and foundation models are poised to transform education, research, healthcare, and all. Today, the foundational AI ecosystem is largely controlled by small number of global technology companies. See the problem actually, right? The problem is very serious, very, very serious actually. Okay. This raises important questions about digital sovereignty, competition, affordability, transparency, and long-term dependence. Yeah, it looks like USA is going to have advantage for all these things, right? Already they are talking about this. They are saying that the AI should not go out of USA and kind of thing. Okay, so these things might happen. So challenges before us is basically to think over this and then make this available to all of us. Okay, they should see that the outcome of this AI research should reach everybody. Okay, that's a question. Universities must be active contributors, not merely consumers of AI. All right, building expertise. Yeah, this is for all of us. Okay. Yeah, don't turn a blind eye to these things. You please get into this and then build expertise, right? Develop domain-specific applications, advancing open research and open source AI, and establishing responsible AI governance and institutional policies. So universities also have the responsibility to see that these things are in place. Okay, and we should be working towards this to make it better and make it useful to our institution to make it a better place for learning. Okay, all these are my references. Yeah, you can see one of the references also happens to be on June 29, 2026, an article written by Shashi Tharoor. This is exactly raised the point actually, because this AI industry is in few companies, Microsoft, Google. Okay, you see their budget is much more than our Indian budget, you know that? So that's the kind of thing. If that is so, then you will become, they can call the shots and then actually they can take the advantage, right? All these things can happen, but then I'm sure things will become better in future and then they will make this available to all of us. Obviously, they cannot ignore India. So definitely they will share the benefits of AI, and that's what actually happening. Right? I think that is all I wanted to say. Have any questions? Yeah.
You take, sir.
Yeah.
So thank you, sir, very much for that very comprehensive overview, tracing right from its origins to the evolution of AI to the contemporary agentic AI that you have talked about. It was highly informative and a fascinating session. I'm sorry that personally also we don't have enough time, so I'm sorry I had to
I
stop.
think already I've consumed
But we have this thing. So I don't think we have much time for questions, but let's have at least two
Yeah.
questions.
Do you have
So
any
please
questions?
raise your hand and sir can engage with those questions if you have any.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I have actually sacrificed my privilege of asking any question.
If there are students asking, I would give them the preference. Okay. Okay. Very quickly, and thank you very much for that informative session. I was wondering, when we talk about AI use, and you have very clearly said about how AI is to be used in as ethically as possible by being as transparent as possible. One of the elements that I had as a question is for us to know how there are biases within the models of different AIs, and how can people equip themselves to understand how those models have different biases. So Anthropic is very differently biased from other models. How will people become aware, if you could also shed light on that?
I have no solution for it actually, except for you exercising your judgment.
How to become aware of
No, you can use your judgment. Okay. So even otherwise, this problem is there. It's not that only A has this problem. Okay. Bias is there otherwise also. But the same judgment that we are using earlier can be applied here. But fortunately, okay, they're trying to reduce this AI. Okay, once you bring this to the notice, it comes to the notice of the developers. Actually, they are ready to change it. Actually, they can tell you actually why this has come so, and then also they can provide a solution for that. Maybe next time it will not come. So it's a collaborative thing actually. So probably in future you'll have less bias. I'm sure these things happen. Okay, because once bias is there and the results are there, then I think they've opened now a channel to actually raise your questions, and then they'll be able to resolve the issue. Yeah. So if it is known that there is a bias, it's easy to resolve. Okay, they can do that. It's not a totally, I say, technology problem. It is actually how you train. Okay. Right. Yeah.
Sir. Okay. So how to check plagiarism using AI? Can we use the material in our textbooks or in material? And where to check plagiarism after taking the material? So anybody complain about us if we take material from ChatGPT, if we take, please clarify that.
I have no mantra for that actually. So, how do you check whether you're copied from AI or not? Okay, that's the question, right? You're asking. Yeah. Yeah, there are no such tools as such now to check whether this is copied from AI, because the output from AI also looks very original. Okay. But then it is your responsibility. That's why we are talking about responsible AI, not to copy. And if you copy it, then you actually have to cite it. That's a very simple mantra. You have to cite. If you have copied, you cite. Okay. Don't create challenges. It will not work. The system will not work actually. Okay. So because same question you put and I put, it gives different answers. Okay. It will not be the same, exactly same thing. Okay. So you have to be honest to the core. It will not help you, I'm telling you, if you are copying and then trying to cheat. Okay. That's why I put that paper. That one original paper made the difference. You should have that kind of, aspirations where actually you want to create a original work. Okay. Yeah, that is the exact reason why I put that actually. Just imagine the power that it has got. It has created, the AI technology that we use now. Yes.
have the time. We are already running behind schedule for the parallel presentation sessions, but I'm using this privilege to allow one of our students, because this is an MA student, I want to encourage her. So please, just one question from a student, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Please go ahead.
So, the doubt I have is that when using AI for students, if we talk about it, so you said that we can do AI supported drafting. And I have two scenarios here. I'll be direct. So, for example, I use this app called Notebook LM. So, what I do is I take the resources I have, and then I summarize it, and then I use it in my notes. So that's one kind of thing that I'm using. And then there's one more student who is a part of a hackathon. So what they do is they use an app and they build the whole code, and they make a little changes in that, and then they submit it. So both of these people are what they're doing, they are taking a draft out of it. But what happens is that both of these students are not thinking, and this might lead to they being lacking on their critical thinking skills. So how could we do that? I mean, how could AI supported drafting support that thing, that how could we decide what we should be doing or we should not be doing? I hope you got my
Yeah, I think the important question. Yeah. Teachers, I just told you, redesign the whole thing, right? Teachers should not give such kind of questions which you can get the answers from AI. First thing is that, actually. Okay. Right. I'm not blaming you, blaming the teacher. So if you are giving those questions, they will answer those questions. I'm not finding fault with that. Okay. From your point of view, actually, so I told you all this, lecture, be honest, be honest, be honest. Right? Be honest. Okay. So, so let us not challenge the system. But anyway, yeah, now that, I told you actually, so we should be doing more useful things in the classroom, right? So doing some projects, doing something practical, right? You check the process rather than the final outcome. Okay. We just, ask them to present, oral presentation. Okay. All these things should come into the in the system, education system, actually. Then things will become better. Okay. So if you say that write an essay, you will write an essay. Actually, AI will write an essay and then you will submit. That is not the thing. Okay. So I think all of you know now project-oriented subjects, right? Problem-oriented learning, project-oriented learning, all those things are coming up. Particularly in engineering, this is very relevant. Actually. In fact, we did an experiment. I tell you, one of our professor, Samin Fatima, I think she was teaching machine learning. Halfway through, she came to me and told, I doubt the students are not able to understand, actually. It is true. Okay, she is going on giving lectures, nice lecture. You can give a nice lecture and disappear from the scene, right? So there is no connect between the teacher and student and so on. But then we changed it. We said, let us not do that, actually. So give the problems and then ask them to do that and then present. Then really they started thinking. Okay, they started thinking. They also asked questions. Earlier, they were thinking just they can write the the exam and then pass the exam. Actually, after passing, also they may not know anything. Actually, but when you do, actually, you will learn. That's called learning by doing. Actually. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I take this opportunity to thank you on delivering the plenary address, which was extremely informative, insightful, as well as thought-provoking. Thank you very much. Now I would like Kohari to conclude the session, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your wonderful plenary session. Now we will be having short break for refreshments, followed by parallel sessions. The rooms numbers have been displayed on the doors of each rooms. I request everyone to proceed with their respective sessions. Thank you.
What time is the break also? By 4:10 or 4:05? Give it to someone. Okay.
The parallel session will start from?
Yeah, about just after the tea. Tea? Yes. Announce the room number.
Yes, ma'am. I've told. I request everyone to attend the parallel sessions right after you have your tea. Thank you. They've been displayed each stores. Thank you.
Hello. 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 నేనేం చెప్తలే అవే వచ్చింది.
పేపర్ చూపిస్తారండి.
సార్
Announce it. Um, is Abbas Muhammad here? Okay. Abdul Basir Umar Shah. Okay, done, sir. Abdul Basir Umar Shah. On the way. Okay. Does he have a soft copy of any presentation? Okay. Hana Hamid. Is Hana Hamid here? Okay. Next is Abdul Khawi Hamoud. Okay. Muhammad Hazaiya. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Next is Anil Kumar G. Okay. Do you have a soft copy, sir? Okay, sir. Next is Anjaneyulu Munur. Okay, okay. Anupama K. Okay. Arati Ramachandra. Is Arati Ramachandra here? Okay. Arun Kumar T. Okay. Arunachalam R. You are presenting on his behalf. Okay. Ma'am. Is Balaram Krishna K here? Bharat Kumar Kawali. Is Bharat Kumar here? Okay. Next is Bhuvaneshwari Sama. Bhuvaneshwari Sama, are you here? She's coming. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Husna Tehreem from Department of English, MA first year. I welcome you to the paper presentation session. It is my great pleasure to introduce the chair of the session, Professor B. Vijaya, Professor and Head of the Department of English at the College of Engineering. She is also Director at Office of International Affairs. She was former Chairperson Board of Studies and former Head of the Department of English. I now hand over the session to the session chair, Professor Vijaya. Ma'am, please. I also request. Okay. I also request all the paper presenters to please come on stage.
Good afternoon, dear participants. I am privileged to chair the session here, and the session has 12 papers that are scheduled, but 8 are present here. I request all the 8 paper presenters to please come on to the dais. I'll read the names. Abbas Mohammed, Academic Counselor, Sociology, IGNOU, please come on to the dais. Abdul Basir Omar Shah Khalil, PhD scholar from Sharda School of Business Studies, please come on to the dais. Abdul Waki Hamoud, a resident research scholar, Columbia Global Admin, Columbia University, please come on to the dais. Anil Kumar G, research scholar, Osmania University, please come on to the dais. Anjanelu Munnuru, assistant professor from Department of English, Nizam College, please come on to the dais. Anupama K, associate professor of English from Padruka College of Commerce and Arts, please come on to the dais. Arun Kumar T, assistant professor from Department of English, PG College, Secunderabad, please come on to the dais. Balram Krishna K, assistant professor in English, St. Peter's Engineering College, please come on to the dais. Bhuvaneshwari Sama, PhD scholar and assistant professor of English at Veerinari Chakaliyalamma Women's University, please come on to the dais. So I welcome all the paper presenters here, and because of the time, I request all the paper presenters to restrict your presentation to 6 minutes maximum, followed by questions, not immediately after your paper, but questions would be taken after all presentations. And I request the participants present here to write your questions, comments, observations as the paper is being presented. After the paper presentations, that is all 8 papers are presented, I request the participants to respond or give their comments or ask questions and other things. So now we start the presentations. We will start with Abbas Mohammed. The title of the paper is Language, Region, Culture and English Language Teaching in Telangana, Emerging Perspectives. I request Abbas Mohammed to present his paper.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. My name is Abbas. I think as Madam has introduced me as academic counselor, sociology, IGNOU. I teach in IGNOU. Maybe I will start with an acclaimed Iranian film director, Abbas Kiarostami once said, unless you put them in frames, we will not realize that there is something is existing. Unless until we put them in frame, we will not realize that there is something is there. It means everything we have to put in a frame. Same thing when it comes to the education in Telangana. I tried to put in a frame, a small frame. Then I can explain what is the situation of Telangana and education and English language and how Telangana is getting raw deal in the English language. One of my friend asked, what is there in Telangana English language? Because of Nizam ruled in Telangana, you have Urdu as a first language, then the colonial Andhra Pradesh, then we have a local dialect. What is there to tell? That it looks, when you are speaking with friends, it looks very simple. But when you keep it in academic framework, when you keep it in a framework, I think then you will realize what is the importance of keeping something in a framework. Same thing, my paper also keeping certain my understanding of Telangana and its English language. As globalization is going on, middle class is craving for the English language, and it is a kind of phonetic kind of what you say, barbarism towards the English language. If this is the situation, what is the situation of total Telangana? And it also speaks about why Telangana has a novels like you have a Prajala Manshi, where protagonist is working as a communist leader, and whereas Andhra has a Kanya Shulkam, where the protagonist is a middle class person who educated all that. There is a vast difference between Andhra Pradesh and Telangana when it comes to Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. It means the Telangana has to develop. This is a keep on my always. I have this my heart for the Telangana English language, all that. Why there is no novels in Telangana where protagonist is not a working class hero, but a middle class hero who is campaigning for education. These all stray thoughts I kept in a paper, and then I because this comparing literature of Andhra and Telangana, it takes a big 1-2 days national seminar. How Telangana literature has came, and what is the existence, what is the struggles of Telangana people, and when it compares to Andhra colonial, this way it takes another, because you take most of the Andhra novels and Telangana novels, it is completely the plot, the protagonist, everything is different. So in this context, my paper, just I will read out. I think after that we can have a discussion and debate. Language plays an important role in human evolution and progress. The English language is a byproduct of the British colonial rule in India. Initially, it was adopted by the elite sections of the society and then by the middle class, zamindars and upper caste in the Indian society. The spread of English uneven in the subcontinent. The spread of English is uneven in the subcontinent and in India itself. It is a provincial areas of the British, that Mumbai, Calcutta, Chennai, that benefited from the colonial English language. There is a sizable population across this English educated in these provinces. In these provinces, you have a sizable middle class. The marginal sections of the society largely kept away from the English language. There is a well-developed middle class in these provinces, and the question is how the massive marginalization of the rural India has left from the English language is one of the major concern of this paper. The case of Telangana also is not different from the rest of India. It is a region which was undergone the Nizam rule. Urdu as its official language till its official language till 80s and 90s. It is a province. It is in a colonial Telugu, and then it is slowly after liberation of Telangana. I think it is realizing that importance of English. That's what is happening in. That's what is happening in Telangana. When I quote to Habermas once says that if you need a vibrant democracy, you need a critical middle class. What is this critical middle class? Questioning the power, questioning the authority. See, Hyderabad don't have this critical middle class. Telangana don't have this critical middle class. Whereas you have Chennai, you have Bombay, you have Delhi. If something goes wrong, immediately there is a critical middle class, English educated critical middle class will woke up and question even the prime ministers or the CMs. But where is the critical middle class in Telangana? Because you have to understand that in Hyderabad, in Telangana, the rise of public sphere is very less. What do you mean by rise of public sphere? If you ask me, I will say that in British province, Bombay has a newspapers, English newspapers, and English public sphere. Public sphere means that's why Ambedkar is able to write he became a popular, and Ramabai Pandit has become a popular because there is a rise of public sphere in Bombay. There is a rise of public sphere in Madras, but there is no rise of public sphere in Telangana, Hyderabad. It is because under the control of the Nizam, the prince of the Nizam. I think even he has not taken any interest in the English education. So this rise of public sphere is very, very critical to the vibrant, healthy, good democracy. I think that is a major concern of one of the concern of my paper. Okay, the novels of Gurujad Apparao, Kanya Shulkam, Bride Price, vividly show that middle class favorism for English language and for the knowledge system. That's how the Andhra novels came, and in Telangana it is a Prajala Manshi. Today, public sphere is filled with the demand for English medium. The question of why not English medium for the working and rural class is growing in public debate. To speak out the Habermas communication action theory, it is very important to take the logic of the public debate and to make it to its logical conclusion. Again, I am reading, to speak out the Habermas communicative action theory, it is very important to take the logic of public sphere. What do you mean by logic of public sphere means? Now, Kanchailaya, many middle class people are speaking about the English for the marginal section. Logically, what Habermas says is that if you keep this debate, if you want to take this debate logically to logical end, I think if you want to take this debate to the logical ends, we have to have a very good English, very good colleges in Hyderabad. Even after having Telangana, I feel that rather than having dams, rather than having the highway flyovers, Hyderabad should have a world-class 4-5 international colleges. You know why this is not happened? This should have happened. With this, what happens is you will have a very critical middle class would have developed in Hyderabad. But unfortunately, even after liberation of Telangana, the earlier government is unable to provide a world-class English education institutions in Hyderabad or in Telangana. Same old Andhra managed English institutions, which is taking lakhs of rupees from the Telangana people, and they are doing, I think that is called in sociology. I'm giving an open understanding of how language is working in Telangana. That is, I put it as an Andhra Anglo domination. See, when Britishers left, Indian academics, Indian JNU, HCU, total India is dominated by the Anglo-Bengali people. Anglo-Bengali people means who are this Anglo-Bengali? Anglo-Bengalis are the first people who got benefited from the English language. So total academia is dominated by the Anglo-Bengali. Then when it comes to next phase, it is Anglo-Andhra, it is Anglo-Kerala. But I am thinking, when will the Telangana will be coming to the Indian scenario and dominating I'm not saying dominating, at least democratically challenging the Keralites, challenging the Bengalis, challenging the Madrasis. Why not Anglo-Telangana people? This is this term looks very simple. Anglo-Andhra, Anglo-Bengali, it looks very simple. It is a hundreds of years of process that made this vibrant middle class. That is missing in Telangana. I hope you understand, and the young generation will carry that how the Anglo-Telangana people as a novelist, writers, poet, musicians, singers, public intellectuals can grow. That's what one of the theme of this. Madam, I have time, no, ma'am? Okay. The print capitalism, which is popularized the local language, also popularized the English language in India. English language, class, caste, and gender. To unwind the class, caste, and gender angle in the fascinating in Telangana, which has also highest sections of the marginal sections. Scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, and religious minorities have not accessed the English education. Few upper caste Brahmins, Raus, Reddis have learned English language apart from the elite sections of the Muslims in Hyderabad. English as a bourgeoisie, English from a bourgeoisie luxury to middle class fascination to the working class liberation. It is quite important. I am saying, once again, I am saying, English as a bourgeoisie luxury to middle class fascination to the working class liberation. This is a transition, how it is happening. So now we are working class liberation, means every nook and corner. I came from a small village called Diksha Kuntla. There is no English medium, nothing. I topped in Lal Bahadur Shastri College, and from there I got 80 marks in English, and then I studied in Nagarjun Sagar. Why I am telling is that a girl or boy from village, if you want to come to this public sphere, Hyderabad or global level, they have to have the English as their one of the major language. So here, to massive liberation of the Telangana people, Telangana gender, especially women, you need to have the English education as a mandatory, apart from the local language, Telugu, Telangana Telugu. Okay, English as a bourgeoisie luxury to the middle class, fascination to the working class liberation is spreading throughout the rural, throughout the rural Telangana. English medium schools, colleges spreading throughout the Telangana and to cities like Hyderabad. English as a English in the popular media, the Telugu. The Telugu cine stars often make jokes about the English language is also contributed to the popularity of the English language in Telangana. Most of the times you may be knowing that comedians and the protagonists of the films also, Rajnikant or Chiranjeevi, there will be there will be some scenes where they make fun of the English, and many massive population, they enjoy that joke. Rajnikant you may be seeing. It means why I am telling this, to popularize the English, this mass media heroes, how they make it and how it takes into the rural India, how people perceive it, is also maybe one of the reason. YouTube, popular movies, mass communication is one of the reason that English speaking, English aspiring young generation is growing in Telangana. Gender and English, it is very few women from the Telangana region have access to the English education, and thus the low level women, the low level of women English writers, very hardly you will see women English writers from the Telangana. You see Arundhati Roy from Kerala, you see many people from Chennai, Karuku, Bama, a number of writers, novelists, all that. But when it comes to Telangana, I think that the women education, that critical middle class also missing. That is one of the, I feel always why this Telangana is missing the critical middle class and writers and poets. Okay, that is one of the women. When you see the English and women, the women aspect of the Telangana also is missing a lot way in a Telangana. Okay. Yeah. Okay, madam. From bourgeoisie luxury to working class liberation, English studies is developing from the petty bourgeoisie luxury to the working class liberation. As many government are taking measures to establishing English medium schools and colleges, English is seen as a massive emancipator from the subaltern communities. Even rural Telangana is having English medium schools and colleges, as I said earlier. English and in popular media also is making one of English is popular in villages. Literature of Telangana, if you see the missing modernity in Telangana novels and short stories, what I want to tell you is that apart from this popularization of all this, if you see the trajectory of the Telangana literature, there is a clear-cut missing of the English language aspect in that. You have land struggle, you have caste anti-Nizam struggles, you have Naxalite movement, you have some other movements, but you don't see that a Kanya Shulkam kind of work in Telangana. And it means that there is a missing of the English, that English importance of English, how English will be useful for the youth, how English will be useful for the Telangana, how English is known for, if you want to achieve in the world, you have to know the better English. If you want to speak in television, if you want to speak as a commentator, if you want to become a something, everything you need English. So that English is in novels, in revolutions, in this English aspect is missing. That is what the point I want to drive to all of you. To end my romance with the English, I wrote a poem for that, how a rural village to Hyderabad Central University, MA, MPhil, doctorate, what English made impact on me, and how I traveled with English, and how you can connect this English language with the Telangana people, Telangana society. As a child, I never thought of you. Remember, as a child, I never thought of you because I studied in vernacular media. As a child, I never thought of you that I will be traveling with you. As a child, I never thought of you that I will be traveling with you. I fall in love when I was at 18. I fall in love with you when I was in 18. Till today, I am in company of you. Till today, I am in company of you. Unexpectedness, unwindingness, exotic. Unexpectedness, unwinding, and exotic. Chaos and disastrous. Chaos and disastrous. At the end, it is the love. at the end, it is the love, the relation between me and English. Thank you. This paper is all about the English language and its situation in Telangana and its literature and growing demand for the English and how the Telangana civil societies and society is moving. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Abbas, for that very passionate paper on English, English as a cultural capital and the present day scenario. I will reserve my questions for the end. Now I request the second presenter, Abdul Basir Omar Shah Khail, to present his paper. The title of his paper is From Linguistic Marginalization to Economic Integration, the role of AI-powered English language education in preserving and revitalizing Parachi as an indigenous language. He is a PhD scholar at Sharada University.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hello, everybody. From linguistic marginalization to economic integration. The role of AI-powered ELE, or English language education, in preserving and revitalizing Parachi as an indigenous language. According to UNESCO, there are approximately 7,000 languages in the world. From them, 50% of them are extinct, going to extinction up to the end of the century. Also, when a language goes to extinction, not only words of communication extinct, some knowledge and identity, historical and social values inside that language, also a huge part of the social knowledge that is inside that language, everything is vanished. That's why the responsibility of the people, especially those people that are active in the social and humanities, is to do or be active in revitalizing, preservation, and also saving these languages. More than 50% of the languages that are endangered, one of them is Parachi language in Afghanistan. From this research, I have two goals. One goal is to revitalize and preserve Parachi language inside the Parachi-speaking communities of Afghanistan. And the second goal is how we can remove the or shape the economic or linguistic marginalization to linguistic preservation, also revitalization by some economic incentives. Yeah, because we have less time, in 6 minutes, just I will talk on the title of each. Okay. I have summarized and also made a PowerPoint in 15 slides of my research topic. The first one is, as you see here, importance. And the first slide here is just a few lines, like a storytelling about the importance of language, importance of what that is socially and culturally, or from perspective of knowledge inside the language, and also a question. It means if a language is vanished on that time, what will be lost? And I started with a question that can AI save endangered languages, especially Parachi in this topic. Please, the second one. Okay, the problem. In the next slide, as you see, there are the problems. For example, Parachi speakers decline. Year by year, the number of Parachi speakers decline. Why? Because the young generation shift from Parachi to English, especially to Persian. That is the dominant language of Afghanistan. That's why in education, for example, education, digital presence, new generation, language change, economy. These are 5 things that are focused. Okay, the next one, the next slide, please. Here in the next slide, why it matters. As you see here, the 3 pillars: language, education, and economy. By doing this research, I want to integrate the language with the economy. Because if we want to revitalize an indigenous or an endangered language, for example, Parachi, in the Parachi-speaking communities, I think we should make some institutions or we should work on Parachi by integrating it to English. For example, if we educate the young generation, especially the coming generations, the English language in their own mother tongue, in their own or in their native language, and that time, beside learning English, building human capital, developing human capital, also providing some economic incentives for them, like entrepreneurship, like access to the scholarship in higher education in the global perspective. Besides that, we can preserve and revitalize the language, their mother tongue as well. These are the 3 pillars. Next one, please. Okay, the research gaps. The research gaps that I found in the previous existing literature are listed here. The previous studies focused on AI in English language teaching, indigenous language preservation, digital learning. Also, what is missing here? AI-powered ELE for endangered languages such as Parachi. And here, as you see in the picture, there are 3 things that are, or 3 topics that are in the previous or current existing literature. And in the second or right part of the picture, you see there is what is missing. This research or this study, one addresses this gap. The next one, please. Here are the objectives in the next one. The objectives, as you see, AI-powered ELE or English language education. And in the right side, you see each one of these lists in front of each one, what they lead to. For example, Parachi identity, English access, digital inclusion, and economy. In the right side, right column, you see in front of each of them the benefits or what we lose. For example, AI-powered English language, and number 1 picture belongs to that. That all of them lead to 2 things. One is Parachi language revitalization and preservation, and the second goal is economic development, human development. The next one, please, because we have less time. Research methodology. Here, in this slide, as you see, the research methodology, there the research design. For example, qualitative conceptual research according to nature of or type of research that is on the language. The qualitative conceptual research is choose extensive literature review, emerald structure, and AP style. And also we have the data sources from where we got and we are getting the data. Conceptual framework, as you see, it starts from AI driving ELE to the Parachi language revitalization and economic development. Also, analytical dimensions of the
Sorry, Abdul, to interrupt you. Kindly tell us what is the major argument in your paper with reference to Parachi language.
Yeah, ethical considerations, or I will tell you. And also some AI tools that are used in this paper. As I think, you mean that what we focus in this research, what we want to focus. 2 things. One is how we can revitalize and preserve. It means save the endangered languages, for example, Parachi. And the second one is how we can implement this. And one of the good ways to implement this is to integrate with an international language like English. If we teach the young generation English language in their mother tongue, for example, Parachi, beside learning the English language structures, lexical, and other parts, they compare it mentally at the same time with their own language or mother tongue, and their mother tongue will be improved and revitalized.
How are you using English for a mother tongue in school education?
Uh, English language should be taught for the young generation in their own language. It means translating to their own language.
Give us one example.
For example, from the first, when we teach the English alphabet, we compare the sounds of the alphabet with their mother tongue, with Parachi. After that, when we teach them the words, we compare them according to the meaning with the mother tongue. It means book, means kitab. For example, if we say very in Parachi, it means hulu, ya bahi. For example, if we say university, we say Pananjai, like this. It means we compare, if we compare, beside learning English, they learn their language automatically without any effort.
What is the script that you use for teaching that? English?
No, the script, the alphabet, you mean?
Yeah,
the
alphabet.
alphabet is already used, that is the Persian. There are more than 31 languages in Afghanistan. All of them follow the Persian language script. In some languages, there are just 2, 3, or 4 extra alphabet. For example, in Pashto.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very interesting paper, and I think it has a lot of potentiality of going for further research. Thank you. And shall we conclude your paper now? Yes? You want to do the last slide?
If I have time.
Time actually. Okay then. Thank you very much.
The conclusion, I said the conclusion. And let me go to the last one, the last slide that is here, that artificial intelligence should not replace indigenous languages. It should empower communities to preserve them in opening new pathways to education, inclusion, and economic opportunity.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
I request the other paper presenters who will start from now not to read the paper. Tell us the major argument of the paper and what are you trying to conclude through your paper. We will have it like a discussion so that it will be interesting to the audience and to the panelists here, and we will save the time also. If there are any suggestions from our teachers, you will also be benefited by that rather than just reading. So, and there is our student who will caution you with time, and I want her to do that. As soon as there is a caution from our student, I request you to conclude. She will give a caution for 1 minute before the time is over. So the next paper is by Mr. Abdul Kai Hamoud, and this paper is completely different from the title of the conference. From Silence to Defiance, Yemeni Women's Resilience, Resistance, and Peace Building in a Decade of War, as reflected in Marwan A. Ghafouri's Shada's Braids. Please present. Thank you.
Let me put you on the scene from the beginning. I prepared explanation for the slides for 25 minutes. Now I put it aside and I prepared another one professional only. 10 minutes presentation, you see. If I go through slide, I need 25. So I need only this one. It is very concise and the ideas are here, you see. You see, I'll start with the scene of this novel, you see. There is a girl called Iman, and she is from Saada, from the north of Yemen, you see. And all those are tribes, and they do not take care of anything. If therein is anything connected to a female or to a woman, directly they kill, directly they slaughter anything. If there is honor or something. This girl, Iman, she has a swelling in her abdomen and she has something like a cancer, but it is a benign. It is something good, not aggressive. When the people of the village saw this, they gossip here and there that she has a relationship. But she, in this community, in this village, she could convince her father, her mother, her brother Hassan, who is fighting with Houthi, and he has a gun, and he is participating in many battles here and there. She convinced them that I have a pain here. Don't believe those villagers who are gossiping here and there. And in this way, you see that the resilience and the resistance of a female in the north of Yemen is proved in this novel, and she decided to surface her story to all the villagers. If you opened you will see her hair as a symbolism from the mountain is down the village like this. So this symbolism of the hair is making a kind of a robe to save the other female who are oppressed inside this society. So the resilience of women who proved that she will speak up, she will surface her pain, she will not surrender, she will not commit suicide. Even her father, who has a stroke and died of this gossip and this speech, hidden speech of the people, she could prove that she will find a journalist, and she started writing all, and she said, you must write my story and you must surface my story to all the people, and we mustn't believe in this society and in these traditional tribal traditions that woman only in the kitchen, that woman only must be a mother, must be only a caregiver. You see, in this presentation, I examine Marwan al-Ghafuri, Yemeni novel Saada Brace, a powerful feminist anti-war text. You see, I'll go to the methodology directly. You see that it is set against the background of Saada war, which took place between 2004 until 2010. Then, in this sense, the novel reads almost a warning what happened in Saada not remain local. The trauma of Saada became a sign of Yemen's larger future. Through Iman's story, Al-Ghafuri shows how war is not fought on battlefields. War enters homes, bodies, memory, marriage, motherhood, language, and social relations. In the method of Judith Herman, who said that trauma and war and remembrance must be telling the truth, are central to the healing of the trauma. Iman's letters and writing perform this work, and she writes because silence would mean the victory of those who harmed her. Another theoretical framework is Judith Butler, whose concept is precarity and gravability helps us to understand that Iman's life is endangered before she even spoke. Jaitri's PFAC question, can the subaltern speak, is also used that those who are weak in the society could raise their voice and be heard here and there. Chandra Mohanty also and Saba Mahmoud also important for this argument because they help to avoid seeing Yemeni women as passive victims. Iman's agency does not appear as a simple liberal freedom of endurance, interpretation, refusal, and testimony. I'll go to the conclusion directly. You see, in the conclusion, Saada Brace reframes Yemeni women as historical witnesses and moral critics of war. Iman's resilience is not merely endurance, it is a radical resistance for women's stories must enter public memory. Her testimony teaches us that the honest account of Yemeni war can ignore women's voices, and no sustainable peace can be imagined without recognizing their suffering, agency, and moral knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very insightful paper that challenges the patriarchal order. And now I request the next presenter, Anupama K. From Bhadruka College. And the title of her paper is Role of AI in English Language Teaching and Learning in Higher Education in India.
Hello. A very good evening, respected chair, distinguished guests, and my fellow participants. I'm K. Anupama, Associate Professor of English, Bhadruka College of Commerce and Arts, Hyderabad. Today, I'm here to present a paper on role of AI in English language teaching and learning in higher education in India. The objective of this paper is to examine the role of AI in improving English language teaching and learning in higher education, and also identifying its benefits, challenges, and future possibilities. As we all know that AI is transforming education. It is becoming part of higher education in India. English teaching is moving from the traditional classrooms to digital learning, and AI supports teachers, but the one thing we all know that it does not replace them. Students are now using the various AI tools like ChatGPT, Grammarly, Google Translate, speech and pronunciation apps, Quillbolt. So my research is like I have given a random questionnaire sampling for the 200 students and thereby collected the primary data. And also through my observation, I have taken my inputs. Role of AI in language skills. AI helps students in all the language skills like listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Like coming to listening, the students, they said that students can listen to AI generated audio, practice their pronunciation, and improve comprehension, such as they said that they mostly use Google Classroom. And coming to speaking skill, AI tools help students practice speaking English without the fear of making mistakes. So in other words, we can say that they gain a lot of confidence, and the tools they use is Elsa and Duolingo. And coming to reading, AI suggests simplified text and helps students understand meanings very quickly, and they can practice it and they can get instant feedback. So they felt that it's quite being useful to them, and mostly they said that they use Grammarly app. And coming to writing, grammar tools like Grammarly help students, they correct their errors and improve sentence structures, and they also use ChatGPT. Yeah. And what are the benefits like? From my understanding and classroom observation, AI provides personalized learning for students, and they get instant feedback on language use, more practice opportunities they get, and better practice of pronunciation, then improving their writing skills, then flexible learning. I really apologize. Better confidence of English communication, and then easy access of learning material. Then also they save a lot of time and truly useful for rural and semi-urban students where the English language exposure is limited. And of course, we do have many challenges. These are, of course, all the known challenges, but these are the things I directly got from the students. However, there are some challenges like over-dependence on AI tools, then risk of plagiarism, and also copy-paste writing, and reduced independent thinking, and reduction of the critical thinking and creativity, and sorry, I will come to the conclusions. Like finally, or eventually, I would like to conclude saying that human intelligence plus artificial intelligence that will lead to better learning. But however, AI is, but it is finally the teacher would decide what she has to choose or what she has to teach and how she has to teach and depending upon the needs of the student. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anupama, for that presentation on AI. Would you like to take questions now or? Okay, then. Okay. Now, the next presentation by Mr. Anil Kumar. The title of his paper is Story, Discourse, and the Teaching of Jane Austen, a Pedagogical Value of Film Adaptation. He is a research scholar at Osmania University.
Good evening, everybody. My name is G. Anil Kumar. I'm a research scholar in Department of English in the Osmania University Arts College. My topic is Story, Discourse, and Teaching of Jane Austen, the Pedagogical Value of Film Adaptation. In this paper, I'm going to talk about how the films can be used as a pedagogical resource for teaching Jane Austen and how this can be, this can be extended to other old classics also, 18th, 19th, or the previous century, both novels and plays also, be it Shakespeare or other playwrights. So what are the challenges of teaching Jane Austen? Teaching Jane Austen comes with some challenges, especially for students of UG or PG. The challenges are like the students might not completely understand the historical setting of Regency society, social customs and class hierarchy of the England then society, the formal language, vocabulary, idioms, and syntax of Jane Austen, and narrative style and irony, which she is known for. She uses free indirect speech, understatements, irony, and wit. She uses free indirect speech, irony, wit. Is okay. No, yeah. She uses free indirect. She uses free indirect speech, irony, wit, and through which she creates a very restrained language, which she is known for. She's against romanticism, and she's, not completely, but she's known for her language, restrained language. So whenever there is usage of, whenever the topic comes about usage of film adaptations in classrooms, there often comes one debate that films might oversimplify the story and kill the nuances of the story and and they might discourage the students from taking up the novel or literary source. But the other side of the debate is they might make the story very accessible and encourage the students from reading works, the old classics. So yeah, the aim of this studies, can film adaptations function as effective pedagogical tools for teaching Jane Austen? For this, I'm using Seymour Chartman's story and discourse theory, and it's primarily its terminology. Seymour Chartman says that a narrative consists of story and discourse. Story primarily consists of events and existence, and then discourse is how this story is communicated. So he says in his book Story and Discourse, he discusses about the narratives structure of film, novel and film. So I'm using the common terminology, this thing. So in this paper, I'm using Pride and Prejudice and Joe Wright's film adaptation of 2005 as a case study. So for example, how can we use it? I'm taking 4 examples in this paper as a way to prove the pedagogical value of the film. So for example, can you just, can you, for example, the opening chapter of Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice starts with the conversation, basically narrative voice about the famous line, um, it is truth universally acknowledged that a man with rich fortunes must be in want of wife, and then he goes. This statement sets the tone of the narrative, its irony, its themes, and also the language. And then it goes on to explain about. Then the narrative continues with the conversation between Mr. and Mrs. Bennet, talking about the arrival of Mr. Bingley in the town. Uh, that but see, nowhere does she establish Longbourn in the story. We have to construct the visual image of Longbourn through after reading the novel. She's known for not describing the places or atmosphere in detail. So in the Joe Wright's film Pride and Prejudice, the opening frame starts with Elizabeth in the nature, and as she walks through the film, covers in multiple tracking shots, and then she enters into pictures. Can you show the first picture, slide 5? Or yeah, in this we can see that Elizabeth is in the nature, and then as she enters we can see a very dirty canal and livestock, workers, and clothes being hanged outside, and then she enters into the house, and we can see, next slide, we can see a very lively atmosphere in the house. And by this we can by showing this we can immediately make the students understand the Longbourn setting, and also the nature of the family, and the social economic status of the family, etc. So this way it will be very helpful for the students to understand get the visual image of the Longbourn. And the next example is the Meritone Assembly. So in this first assembly, in the novel we get to see Regency Society through narration and society, first impressions of Mr. Bingley and Mr. Darcy, but nowhere the assembly is explained in detail. The visuals, or how the assembly is conducted, the dances, the music, or anything. But in the film we get to see how the assembly is conduct generally, how the men and women come there and dance, and like the flirtation, the courtship, all these things happen. And then in there also we get to see the major courtships, like between the conflict between Mr. Darcy and Elizabeth, and also the courtship between Bingley and Jane. Then through these visuals we get to see how the assembly is being conducted. In the next one primary example is Jane Austen uses a little complex language. I won't say complex. Complex is not the word. She describes through very restrained narration, and we also get she describes through very formal vocabulary, long syntactic structures, emotional restraint, and indirect expression. But in the film we get to see though the film retains the language to some degree, it also mixes a very modernized language with some of the Austen's expressions, and we get to see this passionate scene. By that I mean the confrontation between Mr. Darcy and Elizabeth. And the next example is the next Pemberley visit, where in the novel the Pemberley visit acts as a Pemberley described through restrained narration. Elizabeth gradually reassessed Darcy through the estate. By describing architecture in details, this estate acts as a metaphor for Darcy's taste and class, and by that we get to understand these things. And in the film, by showing the film, we can easily understand how the students can easily understand get the visual picture and how it affected Elizabeth. So by this, I want to conclude that film adaptations can function as a valuable pedagogical tools. The same story is communicated through different cinematic discourse. Films help students easily understand the physical, social, emotional, psychological aspects of the novel and Austen's language and characters. But this doesn't mean that film should replace the text, but complement the novel. Students should recognize that there are some similarities and differences between the novel and adaptations. Adaptation should be appreciated as individual artistic works, but not as a replacement to the text. So my final thought is, when we use them together, literature and film can make the teaching of classical literature more engaging, accessible, and meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you for that insightful paper on value of film adaptation. Now we move on to the next paper by Munnur Anjaneyulu, and the title of his paper is Impact of Artificial Intelligence Assistant Writing and Assessment at the Secondary School. He is from a teacher at Nizam College.
Good evening to the respected chair of the session, Professor B. Vijaya ma'am, Professor Parmila madam, Professor Christopher sir, and my dear paper presenters and my dear friends. So my name is Dr. Munur Anjaneyulu. Today I am presenting a paper on artificial intelligence assisted writing and assessment at the secondary school level. Yes, as a student, as a scholar, as a teacher, we know the teaching learning process. Yes, we have attended traditional classrooms, ICT classrooms, digital classrooms, now in CBSE, ICSE, IB schools. So now the students have been using AI. So AI, artificial intelligence is helping to them to improve their writing skills. Yes, when they are going to write a paragraph, yes, they are asking something from the chat GPT. Yes, that they are getting some prompt from the chat GPT. Yes, after that, the student has been reading, then understanding, then rewriting, then he's adding some ideas to the paragraph, then he has been developing his own paragraph or story. So he's narrating a story or describing a story, he's writing a report, whatever that IA is helping to improve his writing skills. So coming to the introduction, assisted writing and assessment in secondary school education. The term AI assisted writing and assessment refers to the application of AI powered technology to help students to improve their writing abilities, and also to help teachers to means to assess his work. So AI in secondary education can offer immediate feedback on vocabulary, grammar, spelling, sentence structure, organization of the sentence, coherence, and also writing style of the paragraph. So here the student is allowing to edit and improve their work on their own, according to his own ideas, to prepare a paragraph or a story. Then additionally, these resources assist students in coming up with their own ideas, structuring essays, overcoming writer's block, and also practicing a variety of writing styles, including narratives, descriptive essays, report writings, speeches, and also argumentative writing. So it encourages active learning, consistent writing practice, and also increased confidence in written communication by providing tailored coaching based on individual learning needs. So the objective of this study is to assess the impact of AI tools on students in writing, improving writing skills, to evaluate the extent to how AI-driven writing assistance influence the improving writing skills of the secondary school students. So coming to the research methodology of the paper, this study employed a quantitative and qualitative research designed to measure the impact of AI in writing with the help of AI on secondary school students writing skills. The study involved 90 students from the class 8th, 9th, and 10th from the various government and private schools. The participants were randomly assigned to either in a experimental group or in a control group. In each group, 45 members are there. So the participants were divided equally in two groups comprising each group it has 45 members. Then that AI improves writing skills, like for example, grammar and spelling corrections. It improves grammatical accuracy, minimizes spelling mistakes, supports students in acquiring appropriate language usage, measures writing confidence. AI, for example, of AI tools like ChatGPT, Grammarly Check, Microsoft Editor, language tool, etc. So then coming to the vocabulary enhancement, it increases students' vocabulary, it minimizes the use of repetitive words, enhances precision and also clarity. It increases the interest of the writing skills. Then sentence structure improvement, organization of ideas. So whereas coming to the improvement of vocabulary in the classroom activities, for example, AI expands the vocabulary. Suppose in the classroom activity, student write a paragraph and ask AI to suggest stronger objectives and verbs. Then yes, AI supports to the students. It introduces new words with appropriate meanings. Yes, nowadays, yes, in higher education, everyone is using to narrate a story and prepare a paragraph or articles also. Yes, this is also helpful to the high school students to get his own ideas in the form of a paragraph or a story, to describe something or to narrate something, to prepare a short story. So then coming to the, it reduces repetition of the words in a paragraph. Suppose students identify repeated words in their essays and use AI to find suitable synonyms. Yes, AI supports suggest varied vocabulary while preserving meaning. Yes, here when we are applying to that AI, yes, it is going to change the words, is going to change the sentences, coherence. So everything is, it helps to the students. It improves clarity and precision. Yes, students revise unclear sentences using AI. Yes, it is getting immediate feedback to the student. Yes, it recommends more specific and concise words, which is helpful to the according to the sentence. It makes writing engaging. Says students rewrite a simple story, introduction with the AI assistance. It adds descriptive details, stronger verbs, and also vivid expressions. So like this, that AI is helping to the students to improve his vocabulary. Then coming to the personalized feedback, suppose in the previous session, our Ramchandra sir also mentioned that enhance human capacities. Yes, student is going to get some creativity, productivity, accessibility, and also innovation and personalization. Yes, here also I am quoting that personalized feedback in the classroom activities. Yes, here, yes, students, grammar corrections. So grammar corrections, what we are preparing in a sentence or paragraph, I'm thinking, yes, this is the right. But when we are checking it, students revise a paragraph containing grammatical errors. AI identifies and explains grammar mistakes. So it is directly the student is going to get some idea, he is going to change his the paragraph. Then vocabulary suggestions. Yes, students replace separated or simple words with the stronger alternatives. Yes, AI supports, here AI recommends precise and valid vocabulary. Then coming to that, engageable advice, students recognize an essay draft. Here AI supports, it recommends a logical sequence, ideas, and paragraph structure. See, ability score. A student simplifying long or complex paragraphs. Yes, here AI evaluates readability and suggests clearer words. Yes, ma'am. Then encouraging independent writing skills. Here student is encouraging his learning is in own way. That is write independently, receive instant corrections, track, suppose here his track improvement over time and build self-confidence through AI. AI assisted assessments. AI also supports teachers in assessing students' writing like grammar assessment, assessment of vocabulary, sentence complexity, organizational assessment, assessment of coherence, assessment of originality, assessment of readability, and evaluation of writing fluency. Like this, yes, AI is supporting to the student and also teacher. See, popular AI writing tools like ChatGPT, like for example, brainstorming, drafting, feedback, rewriting, and explanations. Grammarly check is a grammar, spelling, punctuation marks, style of suggestions like that. Then Microsoft editor, language tool, and field world. See, like this, so AI is helpful to the students in the secondary school. Nowadays, suppose we know about the ICTs, means laboratories, English labs, but students are using some apps, but that labs are not working properly. But every student has been using a mobile. So in that mobile also you can get the suggestions from the ChatGPT. So it is, I think, it's my means observation. It may be helpful to the students to implement or to suggest to encourage a student in high school level. He may get good experience in that improving his language skills. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Anjaneyulu, for that paper on AI-assisted writing and assessment at secondary school. Now we move on to the next paper presentation by Dr. T. Arun Kumar, working at Secunderabad PG College, and the title of his paper is James Baldwin's Vision of Identity and Resistance in his essays with special focus on the fire next time.
Respected Chair, co-presenters, and the audience. My title of my paper is James Baldwin's Vision of Identity and Resistance in his essays with special focus on the fire next time. Baldwin plays an important role in 20th century American literature, and his essays encapsulate personal remembrance, political criticism, the moral philosophy, the social analysis. His nonfiction does not concern itself with the idea of race, but rather with the effects of race on everyday experience, national identity and religion, literature, family life, and democratic possibility. Baldwin argues that America's racial issue is not only a black problem, but additionally a white American moral issue. His essays invites Americans to speak and history that they have been handed and were shrouded in myths on. Baldwin discusses various themes of race, literature, Harlem existence, family discord, and the emotional effects of being a Black American. In Notes of a Native Son in 1955, the essay Everybody's Protest novel and Many Thousands Gone explores the literature which serves to depict and represent Black people as symbol or even stereotypes, not as full character in the Harlem Ghetto. Baldwin analyzes the physical and emotional experience of Blacks in urban settings and in Notes of Native Son, takes his own personal loss of his father's life along with the broader injustice of racism in task. What's clear from these essays is that Baldwin is depicting the process from particular moment in his own life to broad, abstract consideration of America. In Nobody Knows My Name, More Notes of a Native Son in 1961, Baldwin's exploration of identity, exile, nationality, and moral obligation begins to surface. The essays alternate between America and Europe and discuss the mixed nature of being American, understanding the itself to find from our foreign selves. Baldwin also explores the Harlem community, Southern desegregation, the obstacles and opportunities to forming a true democratic majority in polarized world in the book. The reason that these essays are important in that they constitute Baldwin's dedication to confronting the racial myths which have built the American presumptions of democracy or democracy as a reality. In his other essay, No Name in the Street in 1972, the story is set soon after the civil rights movement and the murder of Martin Luther King Jr. and Medgar Evans and Malcolm X. The tone has darkened in some of his earlier essays and exhibits violence, betrayal, and the lack of the American dream in how he has reacted to it. However, it continues to be moral imperative, but Baldwin isn't a pursuit who could not accept the possibility of change. He believes that America has to admit that mass association of American constitutes a cost to the United States if it is truly to become a democratic nation. And in The Devil Final Work in 1976, Baldwin, addressing the medium of the movie, addresses idea of national virtue, false, mythical idea of innocence, and racial fantasies portrayed in American films. The book is at the same time film criticism and cultural criticism. Baldwin picks up the films from Hollywood to portray how Americans are taught about race, masculinity, sexuality, violence, and innocence. His criticism of film is therefore intended as a form of his political disagreement that he acts a role to play in helping to establish. Shall I conclude? So that yeah. I haven't started it in my list. Okay. Yeah. My conclusion is Baldwin's democracy does not think America has already achieved its ideals and has nothing to change. It's a democracy that's a work in progress, that needs moral courage, recognition, and change in the social makeup of America. It transcends racial or religious barriers and rejects the nation of the stereotype in favor of one that it is more relational and interdependent. In its understanding of American identity, where blacks and white influence and change one another, Baldwin links these elements of love, criticism, and responsibility with the concept of democracy and suggests the democracy is not success, but rather the ethical enterprise. In this argument, he leaves the idea of legal reform aside and demands rather a more radical danger of the social relationship, political institutions, and human responsibility than it can be delivered. Because of this, Baldwin's model remains a valid one. And for Americans to pursue a democratic future, a future free of inherited national of racial supremacy and beliefs regarding exclusionary identities, It means that America has to question itself and engage in a transformative attitude of investigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arun, for that very insightful paper on identity, resistance, and democracy in America with reference to James Baldwin's work. Now, the final paper presentation is by Dr. K. Balram Krishna, and the title of his paper is A Critical Study on Influence of Artificial Intelligence on English Literature. He teaches at St. Peter's Engineering College.
Respected Professor B. Vijaya Madam and my dear participants who are here, good evening to all. I'm Dr. K. Balaram Krishna. Now I'm going to make my presentation on a critical study on influence of artificial intelligence on English literature. Artificial intelligence is one of the most technological innovation in modern era. It is transforming literary creation, criticism, and literary publishing also. It helps the readers and the writers to generate many ideas to write poetry, prose, and novels. And it helps a lot in terms of making effective literary texts. And it raises many concerns about originality and creativity of the literary texts. And my paper is going to examine how this AI will help the people to make a productive literary text. At the same time, literary text, this AI can be a collaborative tool to make a writer to be very effective in producing literary texts. And the objectives of my study is that to examine the influence of literature on influence of artificial intelligence on literature, and to analyze AI roles in creative writing, to study AI assisted literary criticism, to evaluate AI in translation and publishing, to explore the future relationship between AI and human creativity. These are the objectives of my studies. Now, let us see about research methodology. For writing my paper, I used to take some AI-generated literary texts, AI-assisted poetry and fiction, digital writing platforms. I just made some comparative analysis between the texts used by AI and the texts which are not used by AI. I found that the texts which are used by AI are very effective and productive. And here, yeah. Now let us see how AI is applied in literature. In literature, we can see AI can help the writer to make a good stories and poetry writing, novel drafting, character developments, literary translation, text summarization, literary criticism, grammar and style correction, reading recommendations, and digital publishing. The main, in a nutshell, what I can tell about my research paper is that AI should be a collaborative tool. It should not destroy human relations, and it should not destroy literary artists. This is the conclusion of my paper. Thank you all for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Balram Krishna, for that presentation. Now, the session is open for questions, comments, observations. I request the participants to ask your questions to the presenters who are present here. You can ask specific questions to the specific presenters based on the observations that you made in this discussion. I request the student volunteers to carry the microphone.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. So I'm Dr. Ramesh, madam. So my question is first presenter. How did you identify in gap in middle class women missing in the English language? So you said the different examples, the how middle class women missing in especially Telangana state.
Yeah, quite a relevant question. How the middle class student is missing English medium in Telangana? If you see the Kerala, if you see the Karnataka, I worked in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. A Dharwad, a B town, Dharwad has a very good government colleges with English medium accessibility to students. A B town has A towns. Hyderabad is A town. For example, if you see the B towns of Karnataka also having very good English medium colleges. Does Telangana have that kind of colleges? In that way, Telangana students are missing the accessing to the good English education in Telangana. Even if you see the Kerala, Tamil Nadu, they also have the good access to the middle class student. There is no fee till 12th in Kerala. Recent government, one of my student Kavya has studied free education. Very good, she accessed very good English education in Kerala. So in Kerala, you have access to girls and boys free education to English education. You have in Karnataka, you have access to education. You have Tamil Nadu good access without any fee. Then does Telangana has that kind of situation? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan. Yeah. 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 No, this is also.
Yeah, I think we will restrict to one question.
Yes, madam. This is also has to do little about culture, my friend. I don't know your name. See how we culturally growing children. That is also quite important. I think the way Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka is going, and in terms of English education, other states are not doing that. That is, and especially Telangana is not doing that. That is my major concern. And English education also needed for the critical. That's what Habermas says. If you want to have a vibrant democracy, you have to have a critical middle class people. What does it mean of critical middle class? A good doctors, good lawyers. Something happened to you, immediately there should be somebody to fight against that injustice. That is called critical middle class. English educated critical middle class. It develops because of the accessible to the education, English education. Telangana is missing that. Telangana has that gap. That's what I want to say. I went to Andhra to study English medium. When I was studying, there is no English medium in Telangana.
Anyway, Abbas, I think he is in line with your argument. Actually, he is also saying thing that you are trying to mention. You were basically mentioning about the cultural capital, where English was seen as a cultural capital for many when it was introduced in India. And later on, when it started for the marginalized sections of the society, now people started saying that you don't need English, but you need mother tongue education. That is your major argument, if I could see, because you are also talking about Kanchailaya, right? Kanchailaya and his ideas of how English medium education will help the people. Starting your basic argument from Urdu medium, you were talking about the rise of public sphere, right? So I think he's also mentioning in those lines, and he's saying that SSS, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, started in those contexts, and perhaps I think he was specifically mentioning about is it there in Telangana? But you know how Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan is functioning, right? So all these are systemic problems that this forum will not address, but this is a forum that will trigger our understanding and make us to think critically. And I think Abbas paper has sensitized that idea. And thank you very much for that very healthy discussion that happened in this particular forum. Now, anybody else?
My question is for first presenter and last presenter. Sir, Telugu movies contributed a lot for Telugu people to go to US and have a Telugu is the fastest growing language in the US. So you can't say that Telugu movies did not contribute anything in English to Telugu people. And one more is in 19th century beginning also in Telangana we are having English medium schools. Christian missionaries came and started English missionary schools at the same time simultaneously in Andhra Pradesh also. So you cannot 100% say that Telangana is not having that English. And for my last presenter,
I will conclude as a chair. Now as a chair, you please sit. Okay.
Madam, 1 minute. Madam.
Has some accessibility to English, whereas rural, I am speaking rural. And Telugu also, I said, contributed. The way the protagonist makes fun of English, it means it's saying that it had created a consciousness among the proletariat. That's what I want to drive, sir. It contributed to the growth of English, sir.
Thank
My
you.
last question, madam. Last presenter.
To
One question.
Yeah.
Sir, no, in 2024, Nobel Prize in Chemistry is won with artificial intelligence, using artificial intelligence. So I think in future, all these novels, everything we are going to write, it is in collaboration with AI only. So I think time has started, I think, for AI.
That we will take it as an observation, not as a question. Thank you for that observation. Now, any other questions? Okay, if there are, I will as a chair, I would like to ask one question to the second presenter. That was an interesting area of presentation where you were more talking about Karachi language in Afghanistan. Do you have any references of how this particular language is becoming an endangered language? Or are there any strategies that the government is planning to preserve this language?
Karachi language is a language in Afghanistan. It is spoken between the approximately 100,000 people in two provinces or two states, in Kapisa and Panjshir province. In Kapisa, it is right now going to extinct, endangered partially. But in Panjshir province, it is extinct. Just few people that they are older, they speak. And it is the time to revitalize that language. But until now, there is no effort or any policy from the government for saving or endangered languages in Afghanistan right now. I hope this be the first effort. And also I have planned to for my postdoctoral as a project in this project. I want to do something for revitalizing or saving Karachi language through my postdoctoral project. I hope to have the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. I thank all the paper presenters here for your insightful presentations, and I thank all the participants for your healthy interaction. I thank Head Department of English, Professor Savitri, co-conveners, Professor Parimala, Dr. Konda Nageshwar Rao, Dr. Madhavi, for giving me an opportunity to be the chair here for this particular session. Thank you all, and we shall meet tomorrow morning.
I thank Professor Vijaya for chairing the session. Thank you, ma'am, for your time and presence. With this, we come to the end of the first day of the conference. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, those who stay at the guest house, I know you have the accommodation at OU guest house, some of the outside participants. And those who come different parts of the city, you're requested to be here by 9:30, please.